The Rise of America 1620. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 626, The Hope of the Tokugawa Ninja. They want to support a force in Japan to challenge the shogunate, Tokugawa Keio exclaimed. Her shock was understandable. After all, in her opinion, foreigners like Zhao Hongayu, if they weren't crazy, wouldn't be thinking such a thing now. They were so few in number, yet they actually wanted to support a force in Japan to challenge the shogunate, which already controlled Japan. In her opinion, this was tantamount to seeking death. After bombarding Osaka Castle, these foreigners didn't leave. Instead, they landed. They also inflicted heavy damage on Osaka Castle. But this didn't mean they could handle the ensuing trouble. The shogunate, unlike Osaka Castle, represented the entire nation of Japan. The military and material resources it could mobilize were the strength of an entire nation. Compared to the tiny Osaka Castle, the shogunate was a colossus. Now that the Osaka soldiers had been defeated, it wouldn't be long before news of their defeat reached the shogunate. By then, the shogunate, having learned of the situation, would have been unable to contain its urgency and would have dispatched troops immediately. After all, these foreigners' actions showed no regard for either the shogunate or Japan. What they were doing was essentially declaring war on Japan. In such a situation, instead of considering how to respond, these foreigners had the leisure to consider supporting a local to oppose the shogunate. Were they mad? At least. Tokugawa Keio was puzzled. Miss, do you think these foreigners are crazy? Kikuchi Hideyuki asked after observing her reaction. Tokugawa Keio nodded, confirming her belief. Miss, these foreigners are no ordinary people. One of them is the Crown Prince. Furthermore, I've met them, and they're all members of the Imperial Guards of the self-proclaimed Song Empire. Therefore, working with them is completely different from the pirates and Ming Dynasty merchants we've previously approached. Kikuchi Hideyuki revealed the identity of Zhao Hongayu, one of the foreigners. The Crown Prince. This. Tokugawa Keio couldn't help but seriously consider this. Yes, Mom, it's the heir to the throne, Tokugawa Keio pondered. So, those warships spotted at sea are all the royal warships of the Song Dynasty. Kikuchi Hideyuki nodded and replied, yes, they're not pirates as we think, or the naval forces of a powerful nation. These people represent a nation. Originally, Tokugawa Keio had assumed that those who had so audaciously bombarded the Osaka commercial district were simply some Southeast Asian maritime tycoons or newly emerged pirates. However, they had never imagined that these outsiders were far more noble than they had suspected, and the forces they represented were far more powerful. Even so, their current situation wasn't very optimistic. At this thought, Tokugawa Keio shook her head. You mean they want to support a fisherman? Tokugawa Keio asked. Kikuchi Hideyuki nodded again, confirming this. Even if they represent a nation, they can't be crazy enough to have such ideas. This is Japan, they don't have the final say. Tokugawa Keio still found this a bit too unbelievable. Miss, no matter what, I think you should go and meet them. My status is too low, and they won't even talk to me. They specifically asked you to meet with them. Remembering what Zhao Hongayu had said to her, Kikuchi Hideyuki said to Tokugawa Keio. So, do you think it's safe for us to meet with these people? Tokugawa Keio frowned, clearly uneasy about going to Zhao Hongayu's place. Although Zhao Hongayu and his men weren't Koreans, nor were they from the Ming Dynasty, and they had no ties to pirates, Tokugawa Keio had experienced many betrayals and was extremely wary of such matters. Miss, let's go together. If anything goes wrong, with our abilities, we can definitely escort you out safely. Seeing that Tokugawa Keio was somewhat tempted, Kikuchi Hideyuki hurriedly persuaded her. Kikuchi Hideyuki believed this opportunity was crucial. If they missed it, their future would be wasted. Therefore, they had to seize this opportunity and not let themselves regret it. Furthermore, for them, there was no escape route now. While staying in Japan might allow them to survive, they would ultimately face failure. As time passed, the Ishida shogunate's control over Japan would undoubtedly grow stronger, while their power would weaken. With one side gaining ground while the other weakened, what other outcome could they have but failure? Alternatively, they could abandon the idea of reviving the Tokugawa family and live in obscurity as good citizens. However, this was clearly impossible. With the exception of Miss Tokugawa, the rest of them had already made reviving the Tokugawa family their ultimate goal. Therefore, they could not accept this path, even at the cost of their lives. In this case, leaving Japan or finding a supporter was their only option. Leaving Japan was a difficult option for them. Whether it was the daimyo, the pirates, or anyone else, none of their options were viable. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to seek a backer. However, there wasn't a single daimyo in Japan who would be willing to take refuge with them and who was powerful enough to protect them. After all, Japan was now under the control of the Ishida shogunate. Who would dare challenge the shogunate? Under these circumstances, they could only turn to external forces. But finding external forces wasn't easy. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu and his men had suddenly appeared, giving Kikuchi Hideyuki hope. That was why Kikuchi Hideyuki was so concerned. Furthermore, when Kikuchi Hideyuki was hiding his tracks and hiding near Zhao Hongyu, he heard Zhao Hongyu muttering to himself. He could support a lowly fellow like Iguchi Zazo, so why couldn't the Tokugawa family be supported? After all, supporting them was better than supporting a fisherman, right? Right. Kikuchi Hideyuki admitted that compared to Iguchi Zazo, it was a bit difficult to manage them. When it comes to being obedient, people like Iguchi Zazo are definitely better than them. But the problem is, if they really have a piece of territory in the future, what advantages will Iguchi Zazo have? When Kikuchi Hideyuki was trying to persuade him, Hattori Chizuru also interrupted and said, "Ko. I think Kikuchi is right. Now we don't have any choice. If we want to revive the Tokugawa family, then contacting these foreigners and talking to them is the right choice. If cooperation fails, we can also ask them to send us out of Japan, away from this troubled place, to a place where we can recuperate and don't have to worry all day long. Reviving the Tokugawa family is of course important. But first, they need to protect themselves." Hattori Chizuru also understands this. She is not the kind of person who acts rashly. Restore the Tokugawa family, revive the Tokugawa family. You always tell me this, but you don't understand that this kind of life isn't what I want. I want an ordinary, normal life, one filled with joy every day. Not one spent constantly worrying about being hunted and wondering how I'll die. Tokugawa Ko had a rare outburst, though she'd been feeling quite repressed. This time, especially since the destruction of the last stronghold in Osaka commercial town, she'd been quite repressed, though she'd hidden it well. But now, she couldn't contain herself any longer. After all, she was just a teenager. "Miss, please don't say that. You are the last of the Tokugawa family. The glory and bloodline of the Tokugawa family need you to carry on, otherwise, your ancestors' and brothers' deaths would have been in vain." Hattori Chizuru, after this sudden outburst, resorted to her usual tactics, bringing up the Tokugawa ancestors and her brother, who had passed away years earlier. As expected, Hattori Chizuru's words immediately caused Tokugawa Ko's shoulders to slump. Indeed, she wasn't living for just one person now. She carried the weight of the Tokugawa ancestors, the wishes of her brother, who had sacrificed his life for her years before, and the samurai and ninja who had died protecting them over the years. It was at this thought that Tokugawa Ko's temper faded. She also understood that she had no right to demand the life she desired. She wasn't living for herself alone, but for the unfulfilled aspirations of many, the wishes of her ancestors. "Okay, I've decided to meet these foreigners and have a good talk with them. But I can't guarantee we'll get their help, since we're not very familiar with them." It was clear that Tokugawa Ko wasn't optimistic about the outcome of this decision. But for Kikuchi Hideyuki and Hattori Chizuru, a meeting and a conversation with each other offered a chance to change their current situation. All they needed was hope. If all else failed, they could just be shameless. After all, for the sake of reviving the Tokugawa family, a bit of thick skin wouldn't hurt. Kikuchi Hideyuki secretly observed his young lady. He realized that his young lady, Tokugawa Ko, was actually quite beautiful. And the foreign crown prince wasn't very old either. If they could get along well, and become a couple, then there would be nothing to worry about. Of course, this required the young lady's willingness. However, Kikuchi Hideyuki knew his young lady's personality. If he rashly proposed this, she would probably scold him. So, Kikuchi Hideyuki suppressed his words. This matter couldn't be rushed, it had to be approached step by step. If he was too impatient, it would definitely backfire. Kikuchi Hideyuki understood this principle. He even had a plan for a fallback. If the young lady's meeting with the crown prince went unpleasantly and didn't achieve their goal, then their focus would be on that man named Iguchi Zazo. As long as those foreigners truly support this guy, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to join Iguchi as his retainers. If Iguchi can truly become a daimyo in Kyushu with the support of those foreigners, then for the sake of the Tokugawa clan's revival, it's possible for the young lady to marry him. However, considering that this isn't the final step yet, there's no need to rush. Honestly, if possible, Iguchi and the other two wouldn't even be considered. Regardless, their young lady has finally agreed to meet with Zhao Hongyu for a discussion. If the talks go well, then they won't have to worry about anything anymore. Then, all they have to do is follow these foreigners and fight the shogunate. They won't have to worry about protecting the young lady or making money. Furthermore, when they left the Osaka commercial district, they encountered the Koga ninja. It's likely that news of their presence near Osaka would quickly reach Edo. Edo will also make arrangements in record time, and the Koga ninjas will swarm in. In this situation, what else can they do except keep close to those foreigners? Thinking of the Koga ninjas, Kikuchi Hideyuki suddenly shuddered. Not good. If the Koga ninjas can attack us, they can also attack those foreigners. I've observed carefully, and those foreigners know nothing about ninjas, and they clearly have no defenses against them. If those Koga ninjas go on a rampage and take out those foreigners along the way, that would be very bad. Thinking of this, Kikuchi Hideyuki hurriedly shouted, "Miss, since you've made your decision, let's set off now. I've just come across a serious problem. The Koga ninjas might appear nearby soon, and they might even attack those foreigners. I've come into contact with those foreigners and know they're fully aware of our situation. I'm certain they won't be prepared for the Koga ninjas. If they attack, we won't be able to resist. If we're defeated, it would be a huge disadvantage for us." After Kikuchi Hideyuki mentioned this, Hattori Chizuru immediately stood up. "So, what are we waiting for? Let's go meet those foreigners right away. If the Koga ninjas appear at this time, we can demonstrate our strength and open their eyes." To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 627 Beware of Ninjas. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Keo made her final decision. She decided to personally meet with Zhao Hongyu and speak with him, seeking hope for her companions. If she failed again, she would simply accept her fate. However, Kikuchi Hideyuki and the others didn't anticipate failure. Zhao Hongyu had bombarded the Osaka commercial district and defeated the troops sent by Osaka, leaving him with no chance of reconciliation with the shogunate. It was precisely because of this situation that Kikuchi Hideyuki and the others believed it was relatively safe for their daughter to meet with the foreigners. This thought was not without reason. Tokugawa Keo, in her heart, shared this sentiment. Having made her decision, they immediately left the forest and headed for Zhao Hongyu's camp. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu and his men were cleaning up the battlefield after defeating the Osaka soldiers and resting. Zhao Hongyu hadn't expected Tokugawa Keo and the others to actually come to him and meet him, unfazed by his fear that he would do anything to harm them. In reality, he had no idea that if he truly turned against them, Tokugawa Keo and the others would be helpless. However, Zhao Hongyu's side would undoubtedly suffer a heavy loss. But Zhao Hongyu had never considered such a situation. It was undoubtedly a win-win for both sides. Although Zhao Hongyu had considered recruiting the Tokugawa clan's IGA ninja, he had never intended to resort to such despicable tactics. Peace had returned to the camp. After the Osaka soldiers were routed, the camp was once again enveloped in tranquility. The chirping of cicadas, crickets, and other small insects began to echo from all around. The crescent moon in the sky remained as bright as ever. If it weren't for the densely packed corpses lying on the small plain in front of the camp, illuminated by the moonlight, no one would have guessed that a fierce battle had taken place there not long ago. Master Wang and Liu Daba emerged from Zhao Hongyu's tent and conversed with him for a long time. No one could have guessed what the three of them discussed. The Ming merchants had been sent back to their tents and their freedom of movement was restricted, so they had no way of knowing what happened after the battle. After defeating the Osaka soldiers today, I believe we'll face the shogunate's army next. These Japanese are petty and vindictive. They will never let us go. But with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here, we don't have to worry. We've seen the strength of the Imperial Army tonight." After leaving Zhao Hongai's tent, Master Wang and Liu Dabaer spoke quietly. Liu Dabaer nodded. "Yes, compared to the Ming army, the Song soldiers are formidable. Even with 800 against 5,000, they were able to defeat the enemy. The Ming army couldn't do that," Liu Dabaer thought to himself. After comparing the Song Empire's infantry with the Ming army, he expressed his assessment. Master Wang also agreed with Liu Dabaer's point. They had been raiding the waters of the Ming dynasty, coming into contact with countless Ming dynasty coastal defense officers and soldiers, even quite a few of the infantry. Therefore, they were well versed in the Ming dynasty's military equipment. What's wrong with that? A strong country allows us, its citizens, to stand tall and proud. Don't forget that we are now good citizens of the Song dynasty, Master Wang reminded Liu Dabi. Liu Dabi replied, "Of course I understand that, and I will never forget it. So, Master, do you think your highness can subdue the Tokugawa clansmen? Those ninjas are not easy to deal with." "What if," he then changed the subject to the ninja. Master Wang paused, stroking his goatee. "It's hard to say. The Japanese have very peculiar personalities, so I can't guarantee too much. But since your highness said those people have something to ask of him, I suspect this is a very real possibility. Besides, supporting a Japanese force would also benefit your highness. There's no point in overthinking it. As for me, everything will become clear when those people find us. But I think they've run out of options. What else can they do but turn to your highness? Even if your highness wants to support them, they'll have to offer some benefits. Sending a few ninjas to your highness shouldn't be difficult." Liu Dabaer had more contact with the Japanese, so he was much more knowledgeable about the situation than Master Wang. After all, Master Wang was just a legal advisor and generally wouldn't have come into contact with the Japanese. But Liu Dabaer was different. His father was a pirate leader, and as the son of a minor pirate leader, Liu Dabaer would undoubtedly have followed his father's lead and come into contact with all kinds of people. And for Eastern pirates of that era, it was practically impossible not to have dealings with the Japanese. Master Wang looked up at the sky, dotted with stars, twinkling with a brilliant light. "Well, what you're talking about should work, but do you think the Tokugawas can actually be found?" Master Wang was a little skeptical. The remnants of the Tokugawa clan were well known among the pirates. He believed they had been betrayed by Zhang Zilin, and they had contacted Li Xiong, hoping to gain her help. However, Li Xiong ignored them, fearing the shogunate would offend, but the news still spread widely among the pirates. After all, while the Tokugawa clan was now in decline, they had once been prosperous. Furthermore, during their heyday, they had had numerous dealings with pirates. He had seen it rise, only to see it fall. Master Wang sighed and uttered something incomprehensible, then withdrew his gaze, but Liu Dabi understood Master Wang's meaning. "They will definitely return. They have no other choice," Liu Dabi said firmly. Master Wang smiled but said nothing. But after a while, Master Wang looked at Liu Dabi seriously and said, "Tell the brothers to be more careful when they are on guard at night. Now that the Japanese ninjas have appeared, this is not a good thing for us. Those ninjas are elusive and if they use insidious methods, we will not be able to defend ourselves." Liu Dabi took Master Wang's reminder seriously. When it comes to ninjas, Liu Dabi knows how powerful they are. He also knows that where the IGA ninjas appear, the Kogan ninjas will definitely follow. After all, the remnants of the Tokugawa clan have always been a major concern for the shogunate, and they have always wanted to eliminate them. Both sides have made many big moves in Japan, and even pirates like them have heard some rumors. Although they have never seen such things, it does not prevent them from guessing what the shogunate's attitude is towards the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. In reality, Master Wang and Liu Dabi were unaware that, long before Zhao Hongai engaged the Osaka troops, Kikuchi Hideyuki of IGA had already killed 3 Koga ninjas. The Koga ninjas, knowing they were no match for the IGA Huninshu, had already begun using special means to relay news of the Tokugawa remnants back to the Edo shogunate. It had simply been too short a time for word to reach Edo. Once word reached Edo, the shogunate would undoubtedly dispatch a large force to Osaka to hunt for the Tokugawa remnants. Of course, with the shogunate's ninjas, Zhao Hongai and his men would have to contend with these individuals, possessing special abilities capable of annihilating the enemy in a tangible form. The defeat of the Osaka troops, along with the bombardment of the Osaka commercial district, would also have reached Edo. As luck would have it, the Tokugawa remnants and those who dared to challenge the shogunate's authority were all in Osaka. Would the shogunate have easily taken advantage of this opportunity to eliminate them all? It should be obvious. It is precisely because of this situation that Master Wang gave Liudaba such a solemn instruction. He was worried that the Song people would not pay much attention to the defense against ninjas, and he did not believe that ninjas would be as powerful as he said. In this way, the defense would be relaxed, giving those Kogan ninjas an opportunity to take advantage, which would put His Highness in great danger. Now they have all been registered as Song citizens and have become Song people. Therefore, they must protect His Highness the Crown Prince and must not let him make any mistakes. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, he will be dead. Don't worry, Master, I have already given instructions. We will monitor the area around His Highness's tent and will never give those Kogan ninjas an opportunity to take advantage. When mentioning this matter, Liudaba also became extremely serious. Let's go meet the commander of the Imperial Guard and share our concerns. I hope he'll take this matter seriously. We alone aren't enough. You've surely heard of the ninja's methods, haven't you? Master Wang said as he led Liudaba towards the tent of the Imperial Guard's genetically engineered commander. Across the camp, Iguchi Zazo, surrounded by a team of genetically engineered Imperial Guard soldiers, was sorting and screening the wounded from Osaka. Although he didn't know what the prince was planning, Iguchi Zazo took the order seriously. You are all abandoned, now are captives. You must understand your current situation. If you decide to act, I don't care how many people die. Iguchi Zazo, already determined to be a lackey, let loose. With a ferocious look on his face, he shouted at the wounded from Osaka, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 628. Sir, please spare my life. The Japanese character is full of contradictions, but one thing you can't deny is that they can abandon everything and become extremely humble when facing a strong opponent. This is the situation facing the abandoned wounded soldiers in Osaka. Facing Iguchi Zazo's insults, these wounded soldiers showed no signs of disgust. Instead, they expressed a look of self-assurance. It was as if they believed they deserved such treatment. Moreover, many of them felt relieved. After all, they all thought they would be beheaded. Sir, I wonder how you plan to treat us. Iguchi Zazo's barking continued, and suddenly a voice rang out. Iguchi Zazo looked towards the source of the voice and saw a figure wearing black military armor, shrinking backwards. Oh, a military commander after all. Iguchi Zazo tilted his head, and the genetic soldier understood and walked over, grabbing the shrinking fat man and dragging him out. The general's name was Kaibuji, a minor officer under Ishida Gadachi. His position within Osaka Castle was low, equivalent to that of a gatekeeper. This time, he accompanied Ishida Gadachi on the attack, commanding a militia of several hundred men. He had initially assumed this battle would be a simple one. But he never imagined they would be defeated, and he himself would be captured. It all felt like a dream, unreal. But no matter how much he hated it, he had to accept it. Back then, facing the attack of the genetically modified humans, he was struck in the buttocks by lead. Always timid, he took the opportunity to fall to the ground and feign death, avoiding the fray. It was precisely because of this that he was captured. After being captured, he was terrified, believing they would chop off his head as a testament to their bravery. But he never imagined that after capturing them, not only did they not kill them, but they actually offered them medical treatment. He simply couldn't believe it. He had always believed that these guys must have some hidden secrets. So, he couldn't help but ask, but, after asking that question, he immediately regretted it. So, he shrank his body and tried to hide behind. However, in the end, he was still pulled out. Koibuji didn't know how these people would deal with him. After thinking of all the possibilities, he was already trembling with fear. Coward. Iguchi Zazo looked at Koibuji being dragged out by the genetic warriors and immediately judged something about this guy. Cowards are good, cowards are easier to control, aren't they? If it was a tough guy, he really didn't know what to do. His Highness asked him to take care of these wounded. Maybe there was some other intention. Although he couldn't guess the intention now, if he wanted to manage these hundreds of wounded, he had to select some people who could be used for his own purposes. Isn't it a good choice to scare the guy to pee his pants? Sir, please spare my life. I just asked that question because I couldn't bear it. Actually, I was really sorry. Please just treat it as a fart. Iguchi Zaozo's pensive look made Koibuji think that he was thinking about how to torture himself. Now that he was already very nervous, Koibuji couldn't hold it anymore. Once he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, there was nothing else he couldn't say. As long as he could avoid suffering painful torture and not get his head chopped off, then of course he could say some nice words. At this moment, Koibuji looked like a little girl who was about to be raped, so weak and pitiful. His reaction and performance made Iguchi Zaozo and the genetic people stunned on the spot. What the hell? What's going on? Nothing happened yet. Why did this guy start to beg for mercy? Even if he was timid, he couldn't be so timid, right? Please, don't kill me. What I said was just a slip of the tongue. Please. Koibuji stood there, tears and snot streaming, looking truly miserable. He hadn't even done anything to him yet, just dragging him out from among the wounded, and already this was happening. What would happen to this guy if he actually ordered his death? For the first time, Iguchi Zazen felt that there were people worse than him. Stop crying, Iguchi Zazen shouted impatiently. Ugh. Koibuji immediately stopped begging for mercy, but he looked at Iguchi with tearful eyes, like a puppy trying to please its master. You're a grown man, why are you looking at me with such cute eyes? I don't like homosexuality, that's something only noble gentlemen enjoy. Iguchi Zazen shuddered at Koibuji's gaze and thought to himself. Of course, Iguchi Zazen didn't know the word cute, but that was probably what he was thinking. You just asked us what we'll do with you, right? Iguchi Zazo took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then spoke to Koibuji. Koibuji lowered his head, not responding. However, Iguchi Zazo didn't seem to mind. He glanced around with a gleaming gaze. The wounded soldiers of Osaka Castle, sitting on the ground, felt Iguchi Zazo's gaze sweep over them, each nervously awaiting his next words. Because, Iguchi Zazo's words would determine their lives. My Highness hasn't issued a direct execution order, so for now, you're safe. Phew. The wounded soldiers of Osaka Castle breathed a sigh of relief at Iguchi Zazo's words. Well, as long as they survived, that was all they wanted. They didn't really ask for much. But, no one expected Iguchi Zazo to finish his sentence. The word but suddenly raised everyone's eyebrows. Damn it, please stop panting when you talk. Slumped and head bowed, Koibuji grumbled inwardly. Chubby Koibuji looked like a pile of pork wherever he sat, revealing just how overweight he was. He wasn't a good boy, and things weren't going well for him in Osaka Castle. Ishida Kodamachi was the kind of guy who judged people by appearances, like Koibuji's dignified appearance and his fatness. Being a minor general in Osaka Castle was already quite a feat. No one paid any attention to Koibuji at that moment, as everyone's attention was drawn to Iguchi Zazo. However, if you don't follow our rules here, we don't mind killing you. At this point, Iguchi Zazo's tone became sinister, making some of you shudder. You know what? Many of the wounded soldiers from Osaka Castle were plotting some shady plans. However, after hearing Iguchi Zazo's words, many of them gave up their unrealistic ideas. Starting today, I will select some slave leaders from among you. From now on, I will not speak to you. I will only speak to the slave leaders who manage you. From now on, you will all be our slaves. Iguchi Zazo bluntly stated their future status here, slaves. Indeed, they were defeated and taken captive. Not being killed at this point was already quite a feat. What more could they ask for? Follow me. Iguchi Zazo finished his words, then pointed at Koibuji and turned away. Then, Koibuji's pitiful plea for mercy once again pierced the night air. He thought he had just been spared, but now that the creature had remembered him, it was ready to torture him. The chubby Koibuji kept begging for mercy, his massive body thrashing, sending waves of flesh flying. Damn, how much must he have eaten to get this fat? Iguchi Zazo thought to himself as he watched Koibuji howl like a slaughtered pig. However, no matter how hard Koibuji wailed and pulled, he couldn't break free from the genetic soldier's clutches. Koibuji felt like a pig, about to be slaughtered. Woo woo woo, how could this be? Koibuji thought to himself, feeling rather sad. A moment later, Koibuji was being dragged to a spot not far from the wounded soldier. Iguchi Zazo had somehow found a small stool and sat on it, looking quite imposing. Stop howling. I'm not going to kill you. Your cries are like a pig being slaughtered, and it's unbearable. Ugh. Koibuji stopped his pitiful, begging for mercy cries, drooping his head as the genetic soldiers dragged him to Iguchi Zazo. One reason he stopped his pig-like cries was because Iguchi Zazo had said he didn't intend to kill him. Of course, if he continued to howl so miserably, the man before him might get upset and order him to be beheaded. Koibuji couldn't do such a rude thing. "Do you know why I brought him here?" Iguchi Zazo asked, his eyes flickering sinisterly as he looked at Koibuji, who lay before him like a piece of pork. At this moment, Iguchi Zazo felt a surge of relief. This man, who was so unbearable before him, was a samurai master he had never dared to provoke before. Back when he was a fisherman, he had been bullied by samurai masters many times, even having his fish stolen. While he hadn't dared to resist, that didn't mean he didn't harbor resentment. Now, a samurai from Osaka Castle was behaving so rudely before him. How could Iguchi not be upset? So what if they were samurai? Sometimes they were worse than a pariah, Iguchi Zazo thought to himself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 629. It's easy to subdue them. Koibuji lay in front of Iguchi Zazo, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, this guy did not immediately answer Iguchi Zazo's question. "Do you know why I brought you here, Baka?" "How should I know why you brought me to this place, you rat-looking guy? I am not a fortune teller," Koibuji complained in his heart. However, although he kept complaining, his mind immediately turned. Yet, why did this guy bring me to this place? If he wanted to kill me, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Just give an order. From this, it can be judged that this rat-like guy in front of him does not want his life. Since he is not going to kill him, then he must have a need for me by doing such a thing. Koibuji is not stupid. In fact, he is still a very smart person. It's just that most people are deceived by his fat appearance and don't realize his intelligence. Furthermore, back at Osaka Castle, Ishida Godachi judged people by appearances. No matter how much he displayed his cleverness, he wouldn't win their favor. Instead, it would only offend them. So, Koibuji simply played dumb. This was a self-preservation strategy. Furthermore, Koibuji was a timid man, a weakness. Even if Ishida Godachi didn't judge people by appearances, a man like him wouldn't achieve much with his cleverness. Character determines destiny, and Koibuji was just like that. "Sir, is there anything I can do for you? If so, please ask." "I will not comply." Hearing Iguchi Zazo's words, the clever Koibuji knew all this. To stay alive, Koibuji used all his cleverness to the hilt. Everything was done to save his life. God knows if he didn't please this master, he'd be killed. Whenever he imagined himself being beheaded, Koibuji's heart couldn't help but tremble. Ultimately, the desire to survive took over, forcing all his potential to the surface. Haha. Hearing this, Iguchi Zazo looked at Koibuji, who lay before him with a submissive, servile air, and laughed. However, Iguchi's laughter had an indescribable sinister quality to Koibuji, causing him to shudder. "Yes, you're quite clever, kid. You actually figured out I brought you here for something. But your cleverness puts me in a difficult position. You have to understand I'm quite clueless, damn it. What a load of rubbish. Being clever isn't bad. If I hadn't said that just now, who knows what you would have done to me. I see it. Being too clever isn't good, but not being clever isn't either. It's really a mess. But, under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now my life is in your hands. Say whatever you want." Koibuji bowed his head, appearing even more submissive. Of course, he was grumbling internally, but he kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Koibuji began to ponder the meaning of the man before him and why he said so. Soon, Iguchi Yuji finally grasped the underlying meaning. These people hadn't killed them, and had taken them captive into the camp. Combining this man's words with his current behavior, it was clear they were trying to subjugate him and the others. Koibuji was truly clever, having thought of this. But just as Koibuji was lost in thought, Iguchi Zazo continued, "You're so clever, shouldn't I kill you?" Hearing Iguchi Zazo's words, Koibuji immediately concluded that he was being chosen as a small-time leader to manage the others. Iguchi Zazo had just said that the captives would become slaves, and that for easier management, they would select small-time leaders from among them. "My lord, do you want me to be the captives' leader and serve you?" Koibuji asked tentatively. Before Iguchi Zazo could answer, he continued, "From now on, I will be your lackey. If you tell me to go west, I will go west. If you tell me to go east, I will go east. Even if I have a little bit of cleverness, I will never use it on you. I will never pose the slightest threat to you." Iguchi Zazo was satisfied with Koibuji's cleverness and wit. His words to Koibu were merely a warning. Iguchi Zazo was just someone who had been forced into a fight, so the fact that he could say that was impressive. After all, Iguchi Zazo was still a fisherman by day. And now that he was on a pirate ship, being dragged into the bombardment of Osaka Commercial District, it seemed impossible for him to stay in Japan. Therefore, he could only follow Zhao Hongyu and the others into the end, right? If he dared to waver, he would surely face a disastrous end. He didn't dare try anyway. Like Koibuji, he was a deeply timid man. In that respect, he and Koibuji were no different. Okay. But it's not enough to win my trust with just a few words. You have to prove yourself worthy of my trust. If you can't win my trust, I don't mind selecting someone else from those people. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Iguchi Zazo's words sent Koibuji shuddering. Although Iguchi didn't specify what kind of treatment they would receive, it was easy to imagine. How could slaves be treated well? They would likely be sent to some dark place to do hard labor. Don't underestimate the position of this small leader, it could save your life. I heard there were many small coal mines in the Ming Dynasty, requiring a large number of hard laborers. People like them were highly sought after. If things go wrong, these people will be sold to the small coal mines of the Ming Dynasty. They will suffer inhuman torture and die miserably. No. He absolutely does not want this to happen. He does not want to die. I will kill a few people right now to show you my loyalty. Soon, Koibuji made a decision. In fact, under this situation, he had no choice. However, when Koibuji wanted to get up and go back to the wounded to kill a few people to gain the trust of Jinkao, he was stopped by Jinkao. Wait a minute, huh? Koibuji stopped in confusion and looked at Jinkao in confusion. He didn't understand why this guy stopped him. Could it be that he didn't want to prove himself to him? When Koibuji turned around, he saw Genetic Man leaning over and whispering something in Jinkao Zao's ear. Your Highness wishes to recapture these Osaka soldiers. They still have some fighting potential. They'd make excellent cannon fodder for future battles against the shogunate's forces. So, Your Highness wants you to find a way to subjugate them. If you can, they'll all be handed over to you, and you'll be a general. So, the Gene Man whispered Zhao Hongyu's idea to Iguchi Zazen, and his eyes lit up. Don't worry. You can use any means. As long as you prove your ability, there's a place for you here. Even if we're defeated by the shogunate, we'll take you with us. We have warships and are fully capable of transporting you from this troubled land. And you have no way out now, right? That guy Takuchi knows you exist, and you can't stay in Japan any longer. The Gene Man's words resonated deeply with Iguchi Zazen. Indeed, he had no choice but to follow these foreigners into the end. Now that he was being offered an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, how could he not seize it? If he had no ability, these foreigners probably wouldn't care about him. Just like that, Iguchi Zazo's potential was also stimulated. His mind raced, and he suddenly came up with a shameful solution. Isn't it just to subdue these wounded soldiers from Osaka? In fact, this is not difficult at all. In fact, it's a piece of cake. This guy, if you push him hard, his potential is exhausted. It was precisely because of this that Iguchi Zazo called out to Koibuji. What are you going to do? Iguchi Zazo asked, tilting his head and looking at Koibuji. Cut off a few heads as proof, Koibuji replied. Iguchi Zazo chuckled at this, as if he was very contemptuous. Baka. Seeing Iguchi Zazo's disdain and contempt, Koibuji cursed in his heart. But his face didn't show anything. Your method is too crude. I do have a way to gain your trust, but I don't know how. At this point, Iguchi Zazo paused deliberately, then looked at Koibuji with a strange look. Hearing Iguchi Zazo's words, Koibuji understood exactly what he was saying. He wasn't stupid. And with his life on the line, Koibuji's potential and thinking were aroused. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. Koibuji immediately knelt on the ground and spoke to Iguchi Zazo with a resounding voice. Hearing this, Iguchi Zazo's rat-like face finally broke into a smile, but it looked unattractive, even hideous. Okay. Wait a moment, Iguchi Zazo nodded in satisfaction at Koibuji, then turned aside and whispered a few words to the Gene Man beside him. If you do this, I promise these Osaka soldiers will follow us from now on. Koibuji only heard fragments of the conversation and couldn't make it out clearly. He was deeply puzzled by what means the other party would use to prove his trustworthiness. Moreover, from the fragmented words, it sounded as if the other party wanted to subjugate all of them. But why would they subjugate them all? Could they go to war against the shogunate? If so, that would be too crazy. However, if that were the case, it would be an opportunity. At worst, they could turn against us at the last minute. If these foreigners were really that stupid, he wouldn't mind being wronged here for a few days. But he didn't think these foreigners were that kind of idiots, so he wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Koibuji, kneeling there, was lost in his thoughts. The expression on the face of the genetic person listening to Iguchi-Zazo's whispers kept changing, as if he was enduring something. It seemed that what he said to Iguchi-Zazo had something to say. Iguchi-Zazo quickly finished his briefing with the Gene Man, who hurried away. However, before leaving, the Gene Man gave Koibuji a strange look, a look of devotion in his eyes that made Koibuji uncomfortable. It was as if he was looking at a pitiful creature. "What's your name?" Iguchi-Zazo asked after the Gene Man left. The Gene Man would need some time to complete his instructions, and since he was stuck there anyway, he might as well chat with the fat man to kill time. He had great confidence in his ability to tame these people. Once he unleashed his tactic, none of them would be able to escape. "My humble servant, Koibuji, are you from Osaka Castle? You look like a military commander there," Iguchi-Zazo continued. Koibuji leaned forward, not looking up, and replied respectfully, "Yes, I am a military commander of Osaka Castle, though my position isn't very high. I'm merely a gatekeeper." Iguchi-Zazo and Koibuji chatted casually. About 15 minutes later, the Gene Man who had left returned, carrying a large amount of paper and a brush. A strange expression crossed the Gene Man's face, occasionally glancing at Koibuji with a look of gloating delight. When the Gene Man reached Iguchi-Zazo's side, he handed him a piece of paper and the brush. He took the paper and brush and began writing. Although Iguchi-Zazo was a fisherman, his father had been a samurai, so he had learned some knowledge as a child and was somewhat knowledgeable. It's unclear what he wrote on the paper, but he seemed quite excited. Soon, Iguchi-Zazo finished writing and handed the paper to Koibuji, saying, "Take this paper and we'll take you back. You'll have to read what's written on it in front of the wounded soldiers." Koibuji then looked up, respectfully took the paper, and then lowered his head to read what was written on it. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't read it, but once he did, Koibuji's face turned awful, as if he'd eaten a piece of shit. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 630, The Blame. You have to take it even if you don't want to. Koibuji took the paper from Iguchi-Zazo, glanced down, and his expression changed drastically. The nearby geneticists were baffled as to what the portly Japanese man had seen that had caused such a dramatic change of expression. Although it was past midnight and dark, the camp was illuminated by the numerous small fires surrounding it. Emperor XX is a eunuch, the Empress and I had sex, and I've been a member of Emperor XX's family for 18 generations. I'm the Emperor's godfather. The Ishida shogunate is a piece of shit. I had sex with the shogun's wives and concubines, someone gave me a blowjob, and I fucked a certain woman's anus. Now, the shogun's child is actually my own. This is just empty talk, author. In short, what's written on this paper is utterly outrageous. It not only implicates the emperor, but also involves the shogun and his wives and concubines, even claiming to be the biological father of the shogun's child. Holy crap! The place below, marked the document, was undoubtedly for his signature. If he signed, he'd definitely be out of Japan. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that. Koibuji might be overweight, but he wasn't a fool. So, after a brief moment of shock, he came to a realization. If he didn't sign, he wouldn't be trusted, and without trust, he'd die. The choice between life and death was like this, and what else could Koibuji say? His hands trembled violently as he held the paper, and even in the refreshing night breeze, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Koibuji, sign your name. Once you sign, and then read the words on this paper before those wounded soldiers, you'll be one of us. You'll also earn my trust. I think you know the right thing to do, Iguchi-Zazo's voice echoed, and Koibuji's body trembled violently. The situation was pressing. He had no choice. Strictly speaking, he had no other choice. Sign and live, don't sign and die. Any sane person would know their choice, and Koibuji was no exception. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Ishida Hiroshi, I'm your son's biological father. Your wife made me fuck her multiple times, you cuckolded bastard." He then picked up his brush and wrote his name in the signature area. Koibuji not only wrote his name, but also his official title and home address, completely declaring his allegiance. The Gene Man took the signed paper back and handed it to Eguchi Zazo. Eguchi Zazo took a look, a satisfied smile on his face, and nodded to the kneeling Koibuji. "Well, very good. I had forgotten to give you my official title and address, and you reminded me. It seems I made the right choice. From now on, you'll be my deputy commander." Eguchi Zazo was extremely satisfied with Koibuji. "I'll die for you, my lord." Koibuji had finally come to terms with it. And he had signed, so there was no turning back. Since there was no turning back, he was quite single-minded, so he decided to follow these people to the bitter end. How do you think we can tame those wounded soldiers? In reality, Eguchi Zazo had already devised a plan. He planned to use the same tactics he used against Koibuji on the wounded soldiers. With this tactic, he wouldn't have to worry about them not falling for it. This method of producing children without an asshole, with its wicked, smoke-filled, and toxic properties, was a surefire way to get them off the hook. But he deliberately asked, using it as an opportunity to distance himself from the situation. Eguchi Zazo understood perfectly. This method was useful, but even if he managed to tame the wounded soldiers, they would still hate him in their hearts. And now there was this guy, Koibuji. So why not let him take charge? He could still be the good guy behind the scenes. Eguchi Zazo's question made Koibuji shudder. However, he immediately replied, "Your Excellency's method of winning over your subordinates is a good one. If you don't mind, I'm willing to share your burden and win over those wounded soldiers." Clap, clap, clap. Eguchi Zazo clapped his hands happily, his face beaming. Good. Good. This portly fellow is so thoughtful. I just said a word and he knew what I wanted him to do. Having such a smart subordinate around will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Eguchi Zazen was truly satisfied. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you. It's a test for you. If you do well, your position as deputy general will be secure, and no one will be able to take your place in the future," Eguchi Zazen promised Koibuji. "Thank you for the advice, sir." Koibuji bowed respectfully to Eguchi Zazen. However, Koibuji didn't take Eguchi Zazo's promise seriously. He knew he couldn't truly gain his trust, and in his eyes, he was nothing more than a dog. As a dog, he had to be prepared to accept his fate and not harbor any unrealistic expectations. After all, killing a dog was easy. Furthermore, if he used this method to tame the wounded, there would undoubtedly be many willing to serve as his dogs. Therefore, to prevent those men from threatening his position, he had to demonstrate even greater loyalty to ensure his survival. Koibuji also realized that despite Eguchi Zazo's impressive status, he was actually just a minor figure here. The real decision-makers were the foreigners. Eguchi Zazo might appear Japanese, but he was now siding with the foreigners. But wasn't he the same? He had to find an opportunity to join the foreigners. But he couldn't let Eguchi Zazo know of his plans, or he would be in danger. This guy definitely won't let go of anyone who threatens his position. It's hard to tell that Koibuji is a bit ambitious. I wonder if Eguchi Zazo has just shot himself in the foot. What Koibuji doesn't know is that while he's thinking about it, Eguchi Zazo across from him is also wary of him. Although Eguchi Zazo is very pleased with Koibuji, his cleverness also makes him wary. Because Koibuji is too smart. It's okay to use someone so smart, but you have to be careful that he might end up causing trouble for you. But right now, he needs someone like Koibuji to step up and help him tame those wounded Osaka soldiers. From now on, he must keep this guy under control and not let him even have the slightest chance of getting ahead of him. Otherwise, he'll have no way out. This guy is so smart, if he gets ahead of me, he'll be no match for him. Although Eguchi Zazo was born in a humble family, his father was a samurai after all. Although Eguchi Zazo became a fisherman after his death, he still learned a lot when he was a child. Therefore, his cognition is much better than that of ordinary people. The appearance of Koibuji made him secretly alert. However, Eguchi Zazo also knew that if Koibuji could be controlled well, he would definitely be a good helper to himself. Of course, these are things to be considered in the future. Now, he just needs to let Koibuji subdue those Osaka soldiers for him. At the same time, he will also carry a big black pot on his back. Thinking of this, Iguchi Zazo shook the paper in his hand that was full of treasonous words and signed by Koibuji. Tomorrow I'll have a few copies made and distributed to Osaka Castle to prove your rupture with the shogunate and Japan. From now on, serve us wholeheartedly, Lieutenant General of the Slave Army. Koibuji lowered his head and gave a wry smile. He knew these people would have plenty of ways to force him to submit. Once these copies were distributed, he'd have no escape route. In the vast nation of Japan, there was no place for him to stay. But what choice did he have? His life was now in their hands. If he didn't comply, he'd be dead. Please rest assured, sir. I will do my best. Koibuji also breathed a sigh of relief. Using such means would make it much easier to pacify the wounded soldiers. Between death and life, Koibuji felt they should know which to choose. Who wouldn't want to live? Only a madman or someone mentally ill would wish for death. By the way, while the solution you proposed is excellent, I think it has some flaws. Koibuji had barely finished speaking when Iguchi Zazo spoke again. What? Iguchi Zazo's words immediately stunned Koibuji. What do you mean by I propose this solution? This wicked, smoldering solution was clearly the idea of you, a rat-like creature. And now, you're claiming it was my idea. Isn't that putting me in a bad light? What a jerk. Koibuji understood why Iguchi Zazo was saying this. He simply wanted to take the blame for it. He had no choice but to shoulder the blame and infamy for this fellow. Ugh! What a bad luck. Koibuji cursed inwardly, leaning forward. Sir, please tell me, what are the flaws in this solution I proposed? He was going to take the blame, no matter what, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to Term to read. Chapter 631 Talent, really talent. Iguchi Zazo was still very pleased with Koibuji. The reason was simple, he'd only said that, but Koibuji had cleverly taken the blame without a second thought. This proved that Koibuji, if used effectively, was a truly useful tool. Although he looked overweight and foolish, beneath that chubby exterior lay a brilliant and astute mind. Humph, if I let this guy's appearance fool me, I'd be dead without pants, Iguchi Zazo reminded himself silently. There's a loophole, but I want to test you. Do you see where it is? Iguchi Zazo didn't answer Koibuji, but instead asked him a question. Using the excuse of testing him, he left Koibuji with no refusal. Koibuji knew what was going on, but he also knew he had no choice but to answer. Therefore, Koibuji, having figured out the problem, let out an "oh" and replied, Sir, are you worried that those guys might be playing tricks when signing and leaving their addresses? As expected, Koibuji was incredibly clever. He was well aware of the loophole and hit the nail on the head. This loophole was something Iguchi Zazo had just thought of, but Koibuji must have seen it long ago. Hearing Koibuji's answer, Iguchi Zazo's heart sank. His wariness of the portly Koibuji intensified. However, Iguchi Zazo didn't show any sign of it. He even nodded with a smile. The duo's pretentiousness was noticed by the surrounding geneticists, who found the two Japanese's antics quite amusing. However, they had no intention of intervening in their battle, as the geneticists didn't have a favorable impression of them anyway. The more they acted, the happier they became. Haha. Even the geneticist captain, who had accompanied Iguchi Zazo and proposed the method, was amused. After this matter was over, he had to tell his own prince about it. He wanted to let his prince know about Iguchi Zazo and Koibuji's affairs, so he could have a good laugh. It was truly amusing that the Japanese were still thinking about such things at this moment. Iguchi Zazo and Koibuji couldn't care less about the thoughts and feelings of the surrounding genetic people. Besides, they couldn't control them. Although the genetic people's soldiers held low positions, they were much higher in status than them. In fact, Iguchi Zazo sometimes had to act according to their wishes, since he was a foreigner. As for the newly subjugated Koibuji, that was even more of a problem. Although he had been promised the title of deputy general, it was only a verbal promise. Even if he did become a deputy general, according to Iguchi Zazo, it would still be a deputy general for slaves. It wasn't a very valuable title. And Koibuji wasn't even thinking about improving his own status right now. The question was how to please Master Iguchi Zazo and survive. For now, at least, Koibuji could only consider this. As for the rest, that would have to wait. Iguchi Zazo smiled and nodded at Koibuji. Not bad. You're quite clever, considering this loophole. I believe you have a solution, right? Koibuji leaned forward and replied, "Yes, sir. I have a solution." Now that Koibuji had said he had a solution, Iguchi Zazo had no problem. Now, for Iguchi Zazo, he had to see how Koibuji, his newly recruited lackey, would solve this problem for him. Without further ado, Iguchi Zazo, accompanied by a group of genetically modified soldiers, followed Koibuji back to the wounded. Everyone was amazed to see Koibuji, who had been taken away, return intact. Initially, the wounded soldiers in Osaka had assumed that the most cowardly commander of Osaka Castle, the gatekeeper Sama, would meet a disastrous end after being taken away. Some even believed he'd been beheaded. But they never expected him to return intact, his spirits completely transformed. He no longer looked that wretched, but instead, radiant and full of energy. What had happened? How could he be so completely transformed after returning from such a trip? After all, everyone had witnessed his shrill cries and struggles as he was dragged along like a dead dog. Ahem, the emperor is a fucking piece of shit. I fucked the emperor's wife many times. She had a nice body, and her white pussy was so horny. There was no preamble, no emotional build-up. Upon his return, Koibuji immediately began recounting the contents of the signed paper, adding to it on the spot. The content was extremely violent, pornographic, and full of erotica. As Koibuji's spit flew, it was clear he was truly fantasizing. It had to be said, this guy was truly a freak. The wounded soldiers stared in amazement at Osaka Castle's most wretched general, their mouths agape in shock. Oh my god, Amaterasu. What's wrong with this fat general? Why did he come back like this after going out? And what's he saying, stammering? Has he been tortured inhumanely? Has he gone mad? The shogun is a eunuch, and all his wives are having affairs with me. Do you know why I am unsuccessful? It's because of this. The portly Koibuji was clearly engrossed in the story, completely captivated by his own fantasies, as if it were real. To be honest, that woman's child is actually mine, not the shogun's. Wow. The wounded soldiers in Osaka were completely taken aback. If you say the emperor isn't a big deal, everyone knows he's just a figurehead, with no real power. In Japan, the real power lies with the shogun. So, when Koibuji mentioned the emperor, the soldiers were only briefly shocked, not terribly shaken. But no one could have imagined the conversation would suddenly turn to the shogunate, leaving the soldiers completely stunned. Oh my goddess Amaterasu, Lord Koib is truly mad. When he said this today, hadn't he considered what would happen to them in the future? They were prisoners now, to be sure. But they would be released someday. They couldn't remain captives forever. They would still have to live in Japan, under the shogunate's rule. If word got out about what he said, would he still be able to survive? The shogunate wouldn't let him go. Many of the wounded soldiers had already decided to remember Koibuji's words, ready to report them once the shogunate rescued them. However, Koibuji didn't seem to mind this at all. The shogun's wives and concubines have nice figures, big tits and plumpets. They're a joy to play with. Their moans are also very pleasant. Koibuji said this, licking his dry lips with his tongue. As if it were really true, as if he were still reminiscing. This is all true. I'm not lying to you at all. I'm a man, and I wouldn't talk about such things casually. I've cheated on the shogun many times, and I've even signed a document to prove it. Koibuji then took out the signed paper and displayed it in front of everyone. To be honest, these wounded soldiers were illiterate and couldn't understand the words. But Koibuji did this not only to prove his determination to Iguchi Zazo behind him, but also to prove something to the wounded soldiers. The wounded soldiers were completely bewildered by this moment. They looked at Koibuji with strange expressions, truly wondering what kind of madness had seized upon this fat, cowardly general. However, they soon stopped caring about such matters, because this very thing was about to happen to them, and no one could escape. Tomorrow morning, several copies of this document will be printed and distributed to Osaka Castle. I heard that you, too, had affairs with the shogun's wife and the emperor's wife, right? What? We had affairs with the emperor's wife and the shogun's wives and concubines. How could you say that? Everyone was stunned. Especially when Koibuji said that the paper he held and what he said today would be distributed to Osaka Castle tomorrow. Everyone basically thought he was crazy. You. Come out and tell me how you played with the emperor's wife and the general's wife. As the wounded stood there dumbfounded, Koibuji raised his hand and pointed at a wounded soldier sitting on the ground not far in front of him. The soldier's left arm had been wounded by a musket, a minor injury. So, When Koibuji pointed at him, he stupidly raised his right hand and pointed at himself, still looking unresponsive. Yes, it's you. I've been telling you all my secrets for so long, and even signed a written agreement. Don't you want to say something? Hiss. The wounded soldiers gasped in surprise. They began to feel that something was amiss. But they still hadn't figured out what it was. Talent. Truly talent. The geneticist standing behind Koibuji couldn't help but grin. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 632, Osaka Castle's Events. Is Koibuji a talent? From which perspective? If one were to look at it from the perspective of Iguchi Zhao and the geneticists, then Koibuji was definitely a talent. But if his current actions were to side with the Osaka soldiers, then Koibuji would be a scoundrel. However, Koibuji realized that he didn't care about other people's opinions or their evaluations of him. For Koibuji, the most important thing at this moment was how to survive, that's all. For a person, survival is what matters, all other factors are irrelevant. If you can't even survive, if you lose your life, what's the point of living a good life? Thinking of his beautiful wife in Osaka Castle, her body that he could never tire of touching, Koibuji suddenly had a goal. Survive. And then get his wife out. He absolutely couldn't die. He knew that if he died, his beautiful wife would fall into the abyss, devoured by those wolves. There are many people in Osaka Castle who are in his wife covetously. If it weren't for his intelligence and low profile, those jackals would have devoured him and his wife long ago, leaving nothing behind. So, for his own sake and for his wife's, he had to survive. Sir, what do you want me to say? The wounded Osaka foot soldier who was pointed at by Koibuji and then pulled out by the genetic people looked at him tremblingly with confusion and fear. Tell us your name, tell everyone that you played with Ishida Hiroshi's wife's anus, didn't you? I've heard you say it many times. Do you still want to deny that at a time like this? Koibuji looked at the wounded Osaka foot soldier who was trembling with fear as he spoke with amusement. My lord, I never said such a thing. You must have heard me wrong. I truly never said such a thing. The wounded Osaka foot soldier shook his hands, repeatedly denying the accusations that Koibuji had leveled against him. Oh my god. He wasn't crazy, he wouldn't say such outrageous things, because they believed they would be rescued in the future. Even though they were captives now, they still had a glimmer of hope. The shogunate wouldn't let these foreigners go, because their actions had deeply offended them. Even though the Osaka soldiers were defeated now, it wouldn't be long before the shogunate received word and would surely send a massive force to attack. So, how could they, under Koibuji's guidance, go mad with him? If they truly said such things, and in front of so many people, then he would be completely wiped out. The shogunate would never let him go. Plop. The foot soldier, wounded in his left arm, knelt on the ground, crying out to Koibuji and Iguchi Zhao, I really didn't say that. I really didn't. However, neither Koibuji nor Iguchi Zhao showed any sympathy or pity. The surrounding Jin people stood there, their faces filled with a look of anticipation, leisurely watching the show. Iguchi Zhao remained silent. He wanted to see how Koibuji would handle the situation. It was a small test. If he couldn't handle a situation like this, then Iguchi Zhao wouldn't be interested in him anymore. But was Koibuji truly powerless? The answer was a resounding no. A playful expression crossed Koibuji's face. Then, looking at the injured foot soldier, he said, Oh, you didn't say that? Then perhaps I was mistaken. If you had said that, I would have thought you could have lived. With that, Koibuji turned and walked towards Iguchi Zhao. Sir, may I have your katana? Iguchi Zhao, expressionless, removed the katana from his waist and handed it to Koibuji. He wasn't the least bit worried that Koibuji would attack him. But then again, if Koibuji wasn't so foolish, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Firstly, Iguchi Zhao wasn't a big shot, so even if he had attacked, it would have been pointless. The surrounding genetic warriors were no pushovers, and would have certainly killed him, although they seemed to be leisurely watching the show, their hands never left their weapons. If Koibuji or the wounded made any unusual move, these genetic soldiers would have been the first to strike. Moreover, the sentries in the surrounding towers were also keeping a constant watch, their muskets trained in this direction. After receiving the katana, Koibuji walked back. Without a word, he drew his sword and struck the man's shoulder with a fierce blow, severing his neck. Puff. As the head shifted, a thick stream of blood spurted out of his neck, spraying high into the air. As the blood fell, it slowly formed a bloody mist. Swish, Koibuji brushed the blood off his katana, then smiled and said, "Who toyed with the emperor and the general's wife, Chrysanthemum? Oh my goodness." Suddenly, the wounded soldiers from Osaka finally understood. Apparently, those words weren't meant to be. They had finally realized that if they wanted to survive, they had to play along. If they didn't, they die. They had a vivid example before them. Who wouldn't understand? Anyone who wasn't a brain-dead idiot would have figured it out by now. "Sir, I admit it. I did it." Well, someone finally stood up. Koibuji nodded in satisfaction, then smiled broadly at the guy. "Come, stand here. You can tell everyone everything you did. We'll have someone to take notes. When you're done, give your fingerprints and tell us where you live in Osaka. We'll send someone to distribute your heroic deeds tomorrow for the world to see." Hearing this, the guy who stood up couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he couldn't refuse Koibuji's invitation. After all, the fate of the previous unfortunate fellow was still fresh in his mind. In this situation, he had been told to do what he was told. He couldn't help but disagree. When the guy came over and stood beside Koibuji, Koibuji raised his hand and gently patted him on the shoulder, a gesture of encouragement. "Tell everyone the whole story in detail, including the movements. Even the woman's moans. Remember this, boy. Don't try to be cunning. If they find out your name and address are wrong, that guy next to you will be your nemesis." After a flurry of threats and encouragement, the man who stood up nodded in agreement. Then, he began to fantasize. He fabricated a fabricated story about having sex with the emperor and the shogun's wives, and told it with all the seriousness of it. With such a leader, everything else became simple. No one wanted to die like this. If given the choice between life and death, these wounded soldiers from Osaka would definitely choose life. Only a fool would choose death. It's human nature. This fantasizing storytelling conference was a resounding success. These wounded soldiers from Osaka enthusiastically spoke up and recounted their stories from Osaka Castle. At first, they were just fantasizing about the emperor's wives and concubines and the shogun's Ishida Hiroshis, nothing new. But somehow, as the conversation progressed, the excitement grew. One man, instead of talking about the emperor and the shogun's wives and concubines, actually claimed to have raped both the shogun and the emperor's anus. He boasted about this with such a powerful and majestic air that the emperor and the shogun acted like women, serving him like women. From this point on, the tide turned, and everyone started to talk nonsense. Perhaps the Japanese have a certain lewd and perverted nature, which is why they erupted so suddenly in this situation. The level of excitement was completely unexpected. But it was a fulfillment of the purpose, wasn't it? Everything they said was recorded on paper, and they were asked to put their fingerprints on it and write down their names and even their home addresses. Now, they had no way out. As long as I wait until tomorrow to have someone distribute the information around Osaka Castle, these people will have no choice but to follow me from now on. What they've said is absolutely treasonous. If they fall into the hands of the shogunate, they will definitely not let them go. Who knows how cruelly they'll be tortured and ravaged. Don't be fooled by their boasts about how much pleasure it feels to rip someone's asshole now. It's likely that they'll be ripped by the shogunate's men in due time. "Sir, did you complete the task?" Koibuji took a moment to lean over to Iguchi Zaozo and whispered, watching the men come up one by one, drooling over their deeds. Iguchi Zaozo was naturally very satisfied, because the matter was now completely settled. While the tactic was a bit underhanded, vulgar, and shameful, as long as it worked and fulfilled His Highness's instructions, it was all good. The process isn't important, the result is what matters. Upon hearing this, Iguchi Zazo nodded. Indeed, these guys have no way out. As long as we send someone to imprint and distribute everything they said tomorrow, there's no way they can refuse to follow us. He was filled with pride. After all, he had successfully completed the task assigned by His Highness, and His Highness would surely look upon him with a higher regard. "As long as your excellency is satisfied," Koibuji observed Iguchi Zazo's expression, carefully deciphering his thoughts. Finally, when Koibuji was certain that Iguchi Zazo was truly satisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief. "These people will be under your charge from now on. Select a few trusted men tomorrow and train them. The shogunate's army will be arriving soon, and you must fight. Only by killing those from the shogunate can you truly be considered part of our side. I believe you understand this principle, don't you?" Iguchi Zazo said to Koibuji with a smile. Koibuji cursed inwardly, but his face wore a fawning expression, as if touched by a spring breeze, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Yes. 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 Let it go, sir. Leave these trivial matters to me. I will definitely not let you down. Koibuji made a series of promises. You also need to keep an eye on them. I see quite a few here haven't truly surrendered yet. Find them and kill them, understand? We must punish them with justice, to serve as a warning to the rest. Iguchi Zazo's expression suddenly changed, becoming more sinister, making Koibuji shudder. Yes, sir. Iguchi Zazo finally smiled again, and said to Koibuji, do your best. Your future is limitless. Although you can only be a slave lieutenant for now, with your loyalty, it shouldn't be difficult to escape from this status. Iguchi Zazo also understood that he should give the other party a little hope. So, he made a promise. Koibuji pretended to be filled with gratitude, and he thanked him profusely. My lord, I have a small request. If you can agree to it, I will pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Koibuji suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded. Iguchi Zazo didn't know what Koibuji was asking for, so he said, tell me, if I can do it. He was very satisfied with Koibuji's performance today. So he thought that if the other party's request was not too high, it would not be a problem to satisfy him. At most, it was just wine, sex, money, and power, which was not difficult. However, when Koibuji made his small request, Iguchi Zazo lost his composure. My lord, my wife is still in Osaka Castle. If the flyers are distributed there tomorrow, I'm worried about the consequences. Could you please bring my wife out? If you can fulfill this small request, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. With that, Koibuji slammed his head to the ground. At the same time, the faces of the surrounding Jin people turned sour. Iguchi Zazo knew that these Song soldiers must have heard Wadayuji's words, which was why they looked so sullen. He wondered what merit he had to earn Koibuji's loyalty. If he really accepted it, then what would become of his highness? Damn it, this is courting death, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 633, Laughing or Crying. Iguchi Zazen was no fool. He wouldn't dare accept Koibuji's pledge of allegiance. As soon as Koibuji finished speaking, the Song soldiers' faces changed. After all, there was only one person in this camp who could accept an offer of allegiance, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. How could I, Iguchi Zazen, deserve to accept Koibuji's pledge of allegiance? So, Iguchi Zazen quickly shook his head, saying, don't say such things. You pledge allegiance to our Crown Prince. I'm merely his subordinate, and I dare not accept your pledge. But you can tell me what your request is, and I can convey it to His Royal Highness for consideration. You must understand that matters like this are not my decision. Iguchi Zazen cleverly mentioned Zhao Hongayu's presence, but he didn't agree outright. Instead, he offered to convey the message himself, letting Zhao Hongai decide whether to support Koibuji. This was Iguchi Zazen's cleverness. After hearing Iguchi Zazo's words, the expressions of the surrounding genetic soldiers gradually brightened a little, finally no longer looking so grim. How are you? He quickly glanced at the Song soldiers' faces and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw their expressions soften. Damn it, this Koibuji couldn't have done this on purpose. Relieved, Iguchi Zazo now turned his gaze to Koibuji, but he couldn't see anything wrong with him. Although he didn't see anything, Iguchi Zazo believed that this guy must have done it on purpose. But in the current situation, he really couldn't say anything. After all, so many people were watching. Sir, my wife is still in Osaka Castle. If possible, please rescue her from Osaka Castle. I dare not refuse. Koibuji knelt before Iguchi Zazo and kowtowed deeply to the ground. Begging for help for a woman? Iguchi Zazo curled his lips, a hint of disapproval in his heart. However, he couldn't immediately refuse. Alright, I'll tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince right away. This matter must be decided by him. Thank you very much. The matter here had come to an end. The captured wounded soldiers from Osaka Castle had already told their stories of Osaka Castle in front of everyone. Their stories were recorded and their fingerprints were pressed. It could be said that there was no turning back. Now, they only had to wait for the records with their fingerprints to be made into leaflets and distributed. Then, they would have no choice but to go down the same path with Zhao Hongyu. It had to be said that the method used by Iguchi Zazo and his men was truly despicable. However, because it was a despicable method used against the Japanese, psychologically, neither Zhao Hongyu nor the people with Chinese genes under his command felt any great burden. Koibuji, you stay here and keep an eye on everyone. Don't let anyone break any of the rules. I'll report to His Highness and have him decide on rescuing my wife. Seeing that the task was almost complete, Iguchi Zazo gave Koibuji a word and left the wounded with the genetically engineered soldiers. By then, the sky was already turning pale, and the dawn breeze was even cooler. After a night of tossing and turning, the wounded from Osaka looked exhausted, and many had already dozed off. Koibuji straightened up. His eyes flickered as he watched Iguchi Zazo's retreating figure, thinking to himself, I deliberately said I was pledging allegiance. This guy didn't fall for it, but it doesn't matter. I'll always find opportunities in the future. Since I'm going to be a dog anyway, I'll be the strongest dog. Iguchi Zazo had no idea that Koibuji was now on his radar. If he knew, he'd definitely turn around, draw his katana, and chop Koibuji in half. After all, killing Koibuji right now would be no different than killing a chicken. Although Iguchi Zazo was already wary of the fat man, he didn't realize he'd already taken action. However, this was just a fight between two Japanese soldiers, and had nothing to do with Zhao Hongyu. Soon, Iguchi Zazo arrived in front of Zhao Hongyu's tent. Stop. Your Highness is still asleep. What are you doing here so early in the morning? While lingering outside the tent, Iguchi Zazo was stopped by the genetic soldiers. The pirates, led by Liu Daba and Master Wang, also looked over. Your Highness gave me an important task early this morning, and I've just finished it, so I've come to inform you. There's also a matter I need to report to you, so I can't delay, Iguchi Zazo said to the genetic guards. Wait here. Upon hearing that something serious was going on, the genetic guard turned back to the tent to inform Zhao Hongyu. These genetic guards knew the priorities, but they didn't want to delay the important matter. A moment later, the genetic guard emerged and nodded to Iguchi Zazo. Come, His Highness wishes to see you. Iguchi Zazo hurriedly bowed and followed the genetic guard into the tent. Zhao Hongyu had been soundly asleep, dreaming a lustful dream, but at the critical moment, he was awakened by the genetic guard. This filled him with a nausea. However, when he heard that it was Iguchi Zazo who wanted to see him, he immediately remembered what he had been told to do in the middle of the night. It seemed like this guy had accomplished it in just one night. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu had the genetic guard bring Iguchi Zazo in. He wanted to ask how Iguchi Zazo had managed to subdue those Osaka soldiers in just half a night. Greetings, Your Highness. After entering the tent, Iguchi Zazen, still some distance away from Zhao Hongyu, stopped moving and knelt on the ground, paying his respects. Zhao Hongyu, still sleepy, waved his hand, saying, You're here to see me so early in the morning. Have you resolved the situation with the wounded soldiers from Osaka? Hearing this, Iguchi Zazen nodded quickly and said, Thanks to Your Highness, I came to report that all the Osaka soldiers have been subdued. Zhao Hongyu rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his head. No way. It's only been half a night, and you've subdued hundreds of people? I find this a bit hard to believe. So, tell me how you managed to subdue them. Since he was already awake and couldn't fall back asleep, Zhao Hongyu decided not to go back to sleep. So, he began to ask Iguchi Zazen how he had subdued the wounded soldiers from Osaka. Seeing Zhao Hongyu asking about this, Iguchi Zazo smiled and said, Your Highness, I didn't actually contribute much to this matter. This method was a brilliant idea from the captain of the Song army who followed me. Then, Iguchi Zazo told Zhao Hongyu about his idea. When Zhao Hongyu heard Iguchi Zazo describe the method they used to subdue the wounded soldiers from Osaka, his expression changed dramatically. Damn. This method is really a bit despicable, but I like it. Zhao Hongyu chuckled slyly and raised an eyebrow. Well, your method is very good. I think it will be very effective in the future. We can use this method on any prisoners we have in the future, Zhao Hongyu said happily to Iguchi Zazo. Iguchi Zazo leaned forward and knocked his forehead on the ground, then straightened up. Your Highness, I will do everything you say, regardless of your order. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's good mood, Iguchi Zazo was also very happy. After all, now determined to be a lackey, he had to please his master to succeed. He'd already completed the first task his master had given him. This surely meant his position in his master's heart had shifted slightly. Consequently, Iguchi Zazen was in a good mood. Show me those records. I'd love to see what they say. Zhao Hongyu had only listened to Gucci Zazen's brief account, so he was eager to read the erotic story about Osaka Castle. With nothing else to do and plenty of things to talk about, he figured he'd just read some erotic novels to pass the time. Since Zhao Hongyu had given him the order, Gucci Zazen wouldn't object. He quickly presented the records with both hands. The genetics soldier beside him sorted the records and presented them to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu casually picked one up, examined it, and then a look of confusion crossed his face. That day, I, Yamada Kafu, entered the shogun's residence. Numerous women helped me change into a gorgeous new kimono and then led me into a small, darkened room. I was startled to find two naked, full-grown men kneeling inside, waiting for me. I could see clearly, one was Shogun Ishida Hiroshi, and the other was Ishida Kifumi, the lord of Osaka Castle. They claimed to have long admired me because of my masculine qualities. In reality, though they were men, they possessed the hearts of women. Now, unable to contain the flames of desire within them, they decided to offer themselves to me, sharing the same husband with two women. While reluctant, they held considerable power, and I feared their refusal. Then, I spared them, driving them to ecstasy. Yamada Kafu, Sergeant of the Osaka Castle Foot Crew, to be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit the forum to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 The taste is too strong. It's incredibly erotic. The storytelling is also incredibly compelling, making it impossible to stop reading. To paraphrase Zhao Hongyu's description of that time and space, it's incredibly violent. These records encompass every conceivable and unimaginable scene. Men on men, men on men, women on men, whippings, wax stripping, and so on, all described by these wounded Osaka soldiers. According to them, these aren't stories, they're all facts. Of course, if they weren't factual, they'd be dead. So, after they left their names and fingerprints, these untruths became facts. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly spread rumors of slander against the shogunate, the emperor, and many others. These Osaka soldiers weren't just recalling their own affairs with the emperor and shoguns, they also implicated numerous daimyo and their families. Don't underestimate these mere hundreds of wounded Osaka soldiers. Driven by their urge to survive, they raped lords and their wives and concubines throughout Japan. Even at the end, Koibuji felt his true stories weren't impressive enough and strongly requested a revision. He explained that he had simultaneously spared the emperor, the shogun, and several daimyo zanos. Under this macho crotch, they all considered themselves women. There were stories like him flicking his penis, and they'd crawl up to suck it. It must be said that the Japanese were incredibly eccentric in this area, beyond common imagination. Perhaps they were born with a talent for this craft. So, when they were presented with such an opportunity, these wounded Osaka soldiers finally had a chance to shine. Zhao Hongyu flipped through the records, his face twitching. My God, these Japanese are truly perverts. The things described in these records would only be appreciated by those with a strong taste for fujoshi in the future. But it must be said that these Osaka soldiers had a great talent for certain things. Within these records, any mention of male-male relationships was unique. There was pure love, erotica, and darkness. There's also polyamory. In short, if this were made into a TV series, it would absolutely be a huge hit. I really don't know what's going on in these people's heads. Too bad, Zhao Hongyu was just curious, he genuinely wasn't interested in these things. He guessed only the fujoshi of his own time and space would appreciate some of the descriptions in these records. They're too strong, however, Zhao Hongyu was quite pleased with it. If he could select some of the descriptions from these records and sort them out a bit, they could be published. Publishing them as erotica would only tarnish the shogunate even more. Haha. Zhao Hongyu really enjoyed smearing Japan. Besides, male homosexuality is quite prevalent in Japan these days, a clear inheritance from the Ming dynasty. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was confident that a collection of erotic novels written by all the Japanese daimyo and nobles would be a huge hit, and perhaps even be passed down through the generations. If it truly survived, Would future generations studying this book truly believe what it describes to be true? If such a thing were to happen, it would be hilarious. The country favored by Fujoshi. Homosexual Japan? Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kneeling not far away, Eguchi Zazen saw Zhao Hongyu flipping through the records and burst out laughing, too. If His Highness was in a good mood, the rewards he would receive would be powerful. Eguchi Zazen understood this very well. After laughing for a while, Zhao Hongyu put down the records in his hand and looked at Eguchi Zazen with a smile. Come on, prepare breakfast, Zhao Hongyu ordered, then said to Eguchi Zazen, very good. Your method is really good. No wonder you managed to complete the task I assigned you in just half the night. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh as he thought of the wounded soldiers in Osaka. Each of them publicly reminiscing about these real memories, because, in Zhao Hongyu's imagination, that scene was simply too funny. He wondered if the audience would react when these risque jokes were told publicly. But that wasn't something Zhao Hongyu had to consider. These Japanese were inherently vulgar, so any reaction was perfectly normal. This is all the result of everyone's combined efforts. One guy, Kaibuji, contributed greatly. It's thanks to him that we've finally broken this situation. It was unbelievable that Eguchi Zazen would actually bring up Kaibuji in front of Zhao Hongyu. He had always been wary of him. The fat guy was incredibly clever, so clever that he believed he'd pose a significant threat in the future. So why did Eguchi Zazen bring up Kaibuji? And right in front of Zhao Hongyu? Did he realize that by doing so, he was essentially ruining Kaibuji's career? No. That wasn't the case at all. While Kaibuji was clever, Eguchi Zazen was no fool. Eguchi Zazen was no ordinary peasant, he was the son of a fallen samurai. Therefore, his thinking was more sophisticated than many ordinary people, and he wasn't as foolish as they were. Furthermore, Eguchi Zazen's greatest strength was that he clearly understood his position in front of Zhao Hongyu and didn't overestimate himself. He knew that His Highness deeply disliked people like him. Therefore, he absolutely wouldn't do anything that would displease Zhao Hongyu. That would be extremely unwise. Since he wasn't smart, he had to find another way to consolidate his position. Which way? Acting servile and fawning. When it came to shamelessness, Eguchi Zazen was no less shameless than Kaibuji. Furthermore, it was useless for him to conceal Kaibuji's achievements. The song people around him were watching, and His Highness would undoubtedly learn of them. If he concealed this achievement out of jealousy and fear, wouldn't he be a villain? Even if he was a villain, he still had to pretend to be a gentleman. Besides, if he mentioned Kaibuji's contributions, at least in Zhao Hongyu's eyes, he wouldn't be the type to seek credit. This would significantly improve his reputation in the eyes of His Highness. Furthermore, even if Kaibuji knew about this, even if it would affect him, considering what he had done today, he probably wouldn't be too hostile or ruthless. It had to be said that Eguchi Zazen was quite clever. Oh. Who is this guy called Kaibuji? How did he even have a share of credit in this? Zhao Hongyu peeked a bit after Eguchi Zazen mentioned Kaibuji. Your Highness, Kaibuji was one of the wounded. He was originally a low-ranking officer in Osaka Castle, merely guarding the gates. This time, he left the castle with the army and was eventually captured by us. Eguchi Zazen then recounted how he had, through a series of twists and turns, singled out Kaibuji, making him the scapegoat while he stepped in to subdue the wounded soldiers in Osaka. He focused on describing Kaibuji's intelligence and quick reflexes. Haha, Zhao Hongyu chuckled after hearing Eguchi Zazen's description. I never thought there was such a person in Osaka Castle. He's so smart and perceptive, but why is he doing so poorly there? He's just a low-ranking general, barely guarding the city gates. Zhao Hongyu raised a question. Eguchi Zazen quickly replied, according to Kaibuji, the lord of Osaka Castle, Ishida Kamichi, judged people by appearances. Kaibuji himself wasn't particularly good-looking, so he wasn't liked by Ishida Kamichi, and thus, he never received much favor from him. Furthermore, his wife was very beautiful, and some people were constantly eyeing her, which led to poor relationships with his colleagues, and thus, his current situation. Eguchi Zazen had previously asked this question, and Kaibuji had come back with a grumble. This was how Eguchi Zazen learned all this and was able to answer Zhao Hongyu. Wow, I didn't expect Kaibuji to have such an experience. So, he's now your chosen role model? Zhao Hongyu asked again. Eguchi Zazen nodded. Yes, now I'm setting Kaibuji as a role model. And I've also promised to make him the deputy commander of the slave soldiers, directly under my command." Zhao Hongyu didn't object to Uchizazo's arrangement. Zhao Hongyu readily accepted the term slave army. Although he intended to form an imperial auxiliary army in the future, he needed to carefully consider the matter. The slave army itself was a good idea. As long as there were some who performed well and loyally joined the army, they could be selected to form the imperial auxiliary army. At the very least, this would ensure their loyalty. Uchizazo. At this thought, Zhao Hongyu saw Uchi's name. "Oh, Your Highness, starting today, provide medical care for the wounded. But don't feed them well. Only one meal a day." Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said to Uchizazo. "We need to let them experience hunger. This will help control their minds. Also, have them recount their experiences with the daimyo and nobles every day. The more erotic and violent, the better. Select 10 people with the best memories each day and feed them well," Zhao Hongyu instructed with a sly grin. "Oh," Uchizazo responded, wanting to laugh but not daring to be continued. "If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 635. Aren't others worried? 2 meals a day wouldn't fill everyone up. However, 10 people were selected each day to share their best memories, ensuring they were fed and even satiated. This presented a significant problem. Uchizazo could even imagine that, under such stimulation, their minds would race, and they would describe even more intense events. Remember, keep a record of what they describe, compile it into a storybook, and sell it. I'm sure many will buy it, and it'll be a profitable business. Zhao Hongyu winked at Uchizazo as he spoke. Zhao Hongyu didn't really care about the small profit from compiling the storybook. He cared about it being passed down through the generations and disgusting the Japanese. Little did Zhao Hongyu know that the erotic storybook he had created would be shamelessly praised by the Japanese as comparable to the Japanese. Thinking about it, it was a very real possibility. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's question, Uchizazo quickly replied, "Your Highness, we've already considered these issues. In fact, you might not have noticed, but at the bottom of these papers, besides the signatures and fingerprints of those people, there are also their detailed home addresses." Zhao Hongyu looked down and saw that it was indeed the case. Just as Uchizazo had said, there were indeed detailed home addresses. Zhao Hongyu frowned. "Wouldn't they be cunning and use false information to deceive you?" "Yes." Zhao Hongyu's concerns were not unfounded. "Haha." Uchizazo smiled. "Your Highness, your concerns are not unfounded, but we're not fools. How could we not be on guard against those people?" At Uchizazo's words, Zhao Hongyu immediately understood. This guy must have some means of dealing with them, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and relaxed. "Oh, tell me, how exactly do you prevent those people from lying and leaving false addresses?" Zhao Hongyu asked with some interest. Uchizazo replied, "It's simple. After everyone leaves their address, we'll read it out publicly. Then, we'll ask the wounded soldiers if it's genuine, to confirm it. Remember, they're all Osaka soldiers, originally from Osaka. They're all familiar with each other, so it shouldn't be difficult to verify the authenticity of their marks." Hearing Uchizazo's words, Zhao Hongyu finally understood everything. Keeping tabs on everyone was a truly effective strategy. Uchizazo and his men would surely offer small profits. That way, no one would dare to deceive with false promises. It seemed Uchizazo and that fellow named Koibuji were quite capable. Leaving this matter to them would make things much easier for me. Any future prisoners could be handled by them as well. Zhao Hongyu could predict that once the shogunate reacted, large numbers of prisoners would begin to appear. All this was being done now, considered a precautionary measure. When the large numbers of captives appeared, the Japanese who had surrendered could be assigned to manage them, using Japanese to control Japanese. This was also part of Zhao Hongyu's plan. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. However, you must also be careful of dissidents among us, beware of them causing trouble. If you discover such individuals, don't hesitate. Upon discovery, you must resolutely execute them. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Uchizazo nodded repeatedly, expressing his unwavering commitment to carrying out a plan. With that, Zhao Hongyu's worries were finally put to rest. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu was in a good mood, Uchizazo recalled Koibuji's request and lost no time in addressing him. "Your Highness, there's something I'm not sure how to handle. I can't make a decision on this matter," So I can only tell you, Your Highness, and let you make the decision. Zhao Honggai uttered a no. He asked, what's troubling you? Tell me, Iguchi Zazo then said. Kaibuji has a wife in Osaka Castle. He's worried that if we print those flyers and distribute them, she'll be in danger. And because his wife is so beautiful, many people in Osaka Castle are already eyeing her. Thanks to his low profile over the years, he's been able to keep himself and his wife safe. Now that he's been captured by us, he's extremely worried about her. Iguchi Zazo could have ignored the matter. But he understood. He had to intervene. Kaibuji was his new recruit, and if he truly wanted him back, he had to see this through. Kaibuji could guess there would be no worries. And once Kaibuji's wife was rescued, she would undoubtedly come to the camp, effectively becoming a hostage. In this situation, even if Kaibuji didn't want to be released, he wouldn't be able to. It was precisely with these circumstances and factors in mind that Iguchi Zazo felt he should raise this issue with Zhao Honggai. If Zhao Honggai's proposal failed, then it would have nothing to do with him. Even if Kaibuji hated him, it wasn't directed at him. Iguchi Zazo's calculations were clear. What do you think of Kaibuji? After hearing Iguchi Zazo's request, Zhao Honggai didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. Instead, he asked Iguchi Zazo what he thought of Kaibuji. It was true that rescuing Kaibuji's wife wouldn't be difficult. But it wouldn't be easy either. After all, Zhao Honggai and his men weren't familiar with Japan. Furthermore, Kaibuji was a captive. Whether it was worthwhile to create such a fuss over a captive was something that needed to be carefully considered. Your Highness, Kaibuji is a talent. If used effectively, he would definitely have a huge impact. Faced with Zhao Honggai's question, Iguchi Zazo couldn't say anything against his will. Talent? Zhao Honggai pondered. After weighing it for a long time, Zhao Honggai felt that he could give it a try. After all, he would support a force in Japan in the future to fight against the shogunate. In this case, it would be inevitable to rely on the power of some of Japan's native talents. Zhao Honggai did not want to place his own genetic people in such a despicable country as Japan. Therefore, using Japan's native talents to fight against the shogunate was the right choice. Japanese fighting Japanese is always fun no matter how you look at it. That Kaibuji is worried that if we distribute leaflets, it will pose a great threat to his wife, right? Zhao Honggai asked after weighing it. Iguchi Zazo nodded and replied, yes, that's exactly what he's worried about. He made this request to protect his wife from such danger and to relieve himself of any worries. Zhao Honggai muttered to himself, this request is reasonable. He's right not to worry about anything. And now that he's joined us, we must offer something to reassure him. At this point, Zhao Honggai looked at Iguchi Zazo. Then I'd like to ask, how many people have made the same request as Kaibuji? Zhao Honggai reasoned that if those flyers, with their detailed addresses and names, were actually distributed, their families would surely be retaliated against. Would that bring disaster to their families? Therefore, those wounded Osaka soldiers who now seem to have joined him would surely be deeply concerned for their families' safety. If he could bring their families closer to the camp, wouldn't that make them even more loyal to him? After all, doing so would alleviate their worries. Of course, Zhao Honggai knew that such a task would be simple. Saving the families of hundreds of people was no easy task. Seeing Zhao Honggai's question, Iguchi Zazo quickly replied, so far, only Kaibuji has made this request. The others haven't. Is Kaibuji the only one who's concerned? Aren't the other Osaka soldiers worried about their families? Zhao Honggai seemed quite curious. Indeed, if these were printed as leaflets and distributed, their families would be in grave danger. It's easy to imagine that the Osaka daimyo or the shogunate would not let their families go. Their families might even be driven in by the shogunate's army during their attack, and possibly beheaded before the battle. It wasn't impossible for the shogunate to do such a thing. Seeing Zhao Honggai's question, Iguchi Zazen shook his head. Honestly, he didn't quite understand the situation. He'd thought about it, but he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Your Highness, I don't understand this question either. But it's true. Only Kaibuji made this request to me, the rest of the Osaka soldiers never did, Iguchi Zazo answered truthfully. Outside the tent, daylight had already risen. The rising sun had already broken above the sea not far away, casting a brilliant crimson hue across the horizon. The early morning temperature was refreshing, and the bodies outside the camp had not yet been collected, so the breeze carried a slight scent of blood. Your Highness, breakfast is ready, A genetic soldier untied the tent chain and leaned in to report. "Come with me and have something to eat. Afterward, I'll go check on the Osaka prisoners with you. I don't think they're all worried about their families. At the very least, I need to ask them in person." Zhao Hongai was clearly perplexed. He wouldn't feel at ease until he had the answers. In Zhao Hongai's opinion, the Osaka prisoners didn't worry about their men because they hadn't expected to stay with them for too long. So, were they thinking about something else, perhaps even planning a riot in their own camp? This kind of thing required careful consideration. "Bring in breakfast. I'll eat with Jinkao." Thinking of this, Zhao Hongai instructed the Jin man. Upon hearing that Zhao Hongai wanted to share his breakfast, Jinkao Zhaozhou immediately began to flatter him. And that very morning, another group of people arrived outside Zhao Hongai's camp, to be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 636 Hattori Chizuru's Reminder. In the early morning, as the sun slowly rose, casting its warm golden glow across the earth, a dozen Japanese appeared outside Zhao Hongai's camp. They included men and women, monks and nuns, even elderly and children. Their attire varied, each one looking quite strange. Among them, a quiet-looking girl, dressed in a dark blue dress with a cherry blossom pattern, led them from the distant forest to the camp's main gate. "Stop. Don't go any further." "Who are you?" This group was Tokugawa Kao and her group. Last night, they had made their decision and left the area. However, considering it was already midnight, it would be extremely rude for them to rush forward. So, after some discussion, they decided to visit in the morning. After all, it wasn't far from dawn, so they could still wait. And so, they appeared at this hour in the morning. The sentry at the camp gate spoke a few words of Japanese, so Tokugawa Kao and her group stopped. Kikuchi Hideyuki quickly stepped out, bowing and saying, "We need to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I have an appointment with him. Please allow us to pass." Hearing Kikuchi Hideyuki's words, the genetic sentry looked at Kikuchi carefully, then said to Kikuchi Hideyuki, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report." "Thank you." Kikuchi Hideyuki bowed deeply again. Meanwhile, outside the camp, on the small plain, thousands of corpses lay lying there, a terrifying sight. Wild dogs, seemingly from nowhere, were tearing at the flesh from the corpses, enjoying their delicious feast. Tokugawa Kao glanced back and suddenly felt nauseous. Ugh! She quickly raised her arms, shielding her face with her sleeves, and took a deep breath to prevent vomiting. Although Tokugawa Kao was the last heir to the Tokugawa bloodline, she was fundamentally different from her ancestors. She had a strong aversion to bloody and cruel practices, and even resisted them. This is why her dream is to become a commoner who fights against the world. However, she also knows that her dream is destined to be unattainable. Because she is Tokugawa Kao, the last heir of the Tokugawa family, and she carries the expectations of several people and the wishes of her ancestors on her shoulders. Originally, she had a brother who could take on this burden, but since Zhang Zilan tricked her and killed her brother, this heavy burden has been completely placed on Tokugawa Kao. No one cares whether the young Tokugawa Kao is willing or not. No one will care about this. Reviving the Tokugawa family, haha, what a heavy burden. Finally suppressing the feeling of nausea, Tokugawa Kao took a deep breath. Huh? Hattori Chizuru, who was next to Tokugawa Kao, noticed Tokugawa Kao's reaction and reached out to support Tokugawa Kao so that she could stand more steadily. Then, in a low, concerned voice, he asked, "Miss, you need to change your character. It's not good for you to always be so fragile. If we reach an agreement with these foreigners, then the battle with the shogunate will begin, and there will be even more bloodshed." Hattori Chizuru knew. Her young lady had felt sick at the sight of the dead bodies not far away. However, in Hattori Chizuru's eyes, they were just a bunch of dead bodies, no big deal at all. But her young lady was so sickened by the sight of them, she must be truly fragile. Hattori Chizuru actually disliked Tokugawa Kao's weakness. But no matter how much she disliked it, she couldn't scold her. After all, she was their young lady. When Hattori Hanzo was alive, he had made it clear that the mission of the IGA ninjas was to protect the young lady and help her revive the Tokugawa family. As Hattori Hanzo's daughter, Hattori Chizuru could only carry on her father's legacy. But Tokugawa Kao was truly too weak. "Thank you, Sister Chizuru. I'm much better now," After hearing this, Tokugawa Ko whispered her thanks. Sister Chizuru, you know my personality is like this. I can't stand seeing people killing chickens and ducks, not to mention so many dead bodies over there. Tokugawa Ko also knew that her personality was not very good, especially in this situation where they were under siege by the shogunate, but what could she do about it since her personality was innate? Moreover, she didn't want to revive the Tokugawa family from the bottom of her heart. It was not her wish at all. She had never considered this at all. Who could know the pain in her heart? Miss, this won't do. You are not a child anymore. I think you know what kind of life we have been through and how many dangers we have encountered over the years. Seeing that the gene person who went in to report had not come out yet, Hattori Chizuru took this opportunity to say to Tokugawa Ko. Tokugawa Ko lowered her head and nodded gently, then whispered, "Yes, I know. I'll never forget those memories. Those who pursued us fought with you right before my eyes. The blood, the wailing, the sound of iron cutting into flesh, I'll never forget all of it. But every time I think of it, I feel fear, panic, and even nausea." At this point, Tokugawa Ko couldn't help but shed tears. Hattori Chizuru saw this and panicked. She had originally wanted to remind Tokugawa Ko to be stronger. But she had never expected Tokugawa Ko to burst into tears. "Miss, what are you doing?" Hattori Chizuru raised her hand to wipe the tears from Tokugawa Ko's face, but she was afraid of being seen by others. For a moment, she really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Tokugawa Ko raised her hand to wipe away the tears herself, and finally stopped crying. "Sister Chizuru, don't panic. I just couldn't help myself." Although Tokugawa Ko was weak, she possessed a compassionate heart. When she saw Hattori Chizuru faltering, she knew what she had to do. So, Tokugawa Ko swallowed her sorrow, burying it deep within her heart. "I know what Sister Chizuru means. You just want me to be stronger," Tokugawa Ko whispered to Hattori Chizuru. Hattori Chizuru breathed a sigh of relief when she finally stopped crying. "Miss, you must change in order to revive the Tokugawa family. For your father and your brother, don't you want to avenge them?" Hattori Chizuru mentioned Tokugawa Ko's brother and father. She had no memory of her father, as he had been beheaded by the Ishida shogunate before she could even remember. But her brother was different, she had grown up with him. However, she still vividly remembered the scene of her brother being tricked into death by Zhang Zilan. Although Tokugawa Ko was good-natured and had no interest in reviving the Tokugawa family or in killing, a strangely grim expression crossed her face when she recalled her brother's betrayal and tragic death. "Of course I must seek revenge. My brother's death was horrible." Recalling that scene, she clenched her fists fiercely. "Even honest people can hold grudges," Hattori Chizuru said. "Revenge requires strength. But we lack it now. You know our current situation, facing the shogunate's encirclement. If we don't change, we will all die. Do you wish us to die and leave you forever?" "No. I don't want you to leave me," Hattori Chizuru said, and Tokugawa Ko shook her head. These people were people Tokugawa had known since childhood. Without a father or mother, they were like her family. Furthermore, Tokugawa Ko's personality was different from that of ordinary people, so she valued this family bond very much. Over the years, she had avoided many dangers under the protection of these people. They had been injured and bled to protect her. It could be said that they were the people she trusted most in the world. She could not imagine what her life would be like if all these people left her. Moreover, she could not imagine the scene of watching these companions, who were like family, die before her eyes. Tokugawa Ko hugged Hattori Chizuru. "Miss, since you don't want us all to be killed by the shogunate, then we must change the current situation," Hattori Chizuru said to Tokugawa Ko. "These foreigners are an opportunity for us, a chance to change our destiny. If we seize this opportunity, then we can change our current situation." Hattori Chizuru knew much more about the current situation than Tokugawa Ko. "I'm already here. I'm planning to meet that strange foreign prince, but there are some things I can't control," Tokugawa Ko said to Hattori Chizuru in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Hattori Chizuru knew what Tokugawa Ko was talking about. Although Tokugawa Ko came here, whether the negotiation with Zhao Hongai would go smoothly was beyond her control. Hattori Chizuru raised her hand and stroked the top of Tokugawa Ko's head, then said softly, "Miss, just try your best. If it really doesn't work out, that's our fate. We'll find another way then." To be continued. If you like this work, You are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please read. Chapter 637, Cowardly Tokugawa Ko. Your Highness, there are some men and women outside. They claim to have an appointment with you, so they've come to visit you. Would you like to meet them? The genetic sentry had already arrived at Zhao Hongai's tent, reporting the arrival of Tokugawa Zhao and the others. Zhao Hongaiu and Iguchi Zazo had just finished a hearty breakfast and were burping over their after-dinner tea. Zhao Hongaiu put down his teacup. Appointment? Did they reveal their names? Zhao Hongaiu suddenly thought of the man he'd met that night who claimed to be a ninja, and a thought struck him. Could it be one of the Tokugawa clan? Perhaps it was one of them who had come to see me. Only they would come at this hour, Zhao Hongaiu thought to himself. They claim to be from the Tokugawa clan. The sentry's response confirmed Zhao Hongaiu's suspicions. Well, bring them in. And by the way, tell Master Wang and Liu Dabur to come here. They need to help me out right now. The sentry withdrew, and Zhao Hongaiu looked at Iguchi Zazen, who was still savoring his delicious breakfast. I can't go to Koibuji's place. I'll leave things there to you. When you get back, tell Koibuji I'll find a way. Tell him not to worry too much and just do his job. Iguchi Zazen nodded quickly, then stood up and left Zhao Hongai's tent. Once outside, Iguchi Zazen savored his breakfast. It's absolutely delicious. That white rice is so fragrant. If I hadn't been with the Crown Prince, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this delicious food. It seems I made the right choice. With this thought, Iguchi Zazen strengthened his confidence as a lackey, and then walked away. It wasn't surprising that Iguchi Zazen had such thoughts and feelings. You have to understand that in that era, only a few Japanese people could eat white rice. Most ordinary people ate coarse grain dumplings, accompanied by a bowl of oil-free white radish soup, and that was considered a meal. Even some lords and daimyo didn't necessarily have meat every meal. This is why some Japanese who visited the daimyo immediately thought that the Ming dynasty was a paradise. He had meat to eat. This shows what the living standards of the Japanese were like. Zhao Hongaiu's breakfast was prepared in the style of later Guangdong morning tea. Several plates of exquisite snacks, steamed spare ribs, meatballs, and meat porridge were absolutely delicious. Paired with chrysanthemum tea with white sugar, it was truly a great pleasure. Iguchi Zazo accompanied Zhao Hongaiu for this breakfast and was immediately won over. The steamed spare ribs and meatballs were especially delicious. He almost bit his tongue off. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. It was undeniable. The life of the Japanese in this era was truly extraordinary. Even the shogun and the emperor often ate rice balls and white radish soup, with a little salted fish or something. Compared to Zhao Hongaiu, there was no comparison. Your Highness. Are you looking for us? Not long after Iguchi Zazo left, Master Wang and Liu Daba arrived at Zhao Hongaiu's place. They opened the curtain of the tent. Master Wang asked as he entered. Master, Liu, come quickly. Zhao Hongai waved to Master Wang and Liu Daba when they arrived. Your Highness, did you encounter anything so early in the morning? Master Wang asked after they sat down on his left and right. Zhao Hongaiu nodded. The Tokugawas have arrived and are outside the camp. I've had them brought in. It won't be long before they're standing before us, so I asked you two to come here to help me with a presentation. Zhao Hongaiu explained the purpose of summoning them. Liu Dabur chuckled, I'm good at holding the scene, don't worry, Your Highness. Master Wang also said, I know what to do, Your Highness, don't worry. Zhao Hongaiu finally nodded. Both of them were elves, so Zhao Hongaiu felt a little more reassured. With his own advice, he figured they wouldn't have any trouble holding the scene. Soon, the guards' announcements echoed outside the tent. Tokugawa Ko and her subordinates are here to see you, let them in. Zhao Hongaiu watched as Tokugawa Ko, dressed in a dark blue dress with white cherry blossom petals and sporting long hair, styled like a Japanese maiko, walked in. Strictly speaking, Tokugawa Ko wasn't a particularly beautiful girl, but she possessed a striking aura, and her quiet, gentle demeanor was quite refreshing. Behind her, Zhao Hongaiu spotted 5 men and 5 women. Oh, monks and nuns? Indeed, among the IGA-10, there was indeed a man and woman dressed as a monk and a nun from Osaka. However, Zhao Hongaiu's attention quickly shifted from those individuals to Tokugawa Ko. Master Wang had quietly reminded Zhao Hongaiu that the people behind the girl in the dark blue kimono were likely IGA ninjas, and that they were all obeying that girl. How could Zhao Hongyu not hear the underlying meaning behind Master Wang's warning? The implication was clear: if he could only make that girl submit, then the IGA ninjas would be his prey. Therefore, he simply focused his attention on Tokugawa Kyo, and that was all he needed. Tokugawa Kyo greets His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Song. A soft, slightly sullen voice echoed from within the tent. It had a high sugar content. At least 3 numbers. Zhao Hongyu grumbled to himself, but his expression remained impassive. His emotions were unrecognizable. I met one of your people yesterday. He said you deserve my support. I'm not sure how that will benefit me. I think he passed on the message I sent you under the tree, right? Zhao Hongyu cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Tokugawa Kyo didn't react much, maintaining her gentle, soft demeanor. To your highness, my subordinate has already relayed your message to me. I've carefully considered my decision this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Although Tokugawa Kyo was timid and cowardly, she also had her strengths. Perhaps her composure in front of Zhao Hongyu was her strength. Zhao Hongyu, observing Tokugawa Kyo's composure, nodded and gave her a look of admiration. Master Wang and Liu Dabar were also thinking the same thing. Even the IGA-10, kneeling behind Tokugawa Kyo, were very pleased with their young lady's performance. Unbeknownst to everyone, Tokugawa Kyo was practically on the verge of tears. No, I must not cry. It would be humiliating. It would also make the Song Prince look down on us. Sister Kainsuru is right, we have no way out now. This is our one chance, and I must seize it. Only then can I gain the strength to avenge my brother and find hope in a way to survive for everyone. Tokugawa Kyo kept encouraging herself, but she knew her own situation. Her body was trembling slightly with fear, and she felt a strong urge to urinate. Yes, the little girl was almost peeing in front of Zhao Hongyu. At this moment, Tokugawa Kyo secretly glanced up. She had just heard Zhao Hongyu's voice and noticed that the speaker didn't seem very old. Could it be that the crown prince was not very old? Tokugawa Kyo was puzzled. When she entered earlier, she hadn't even looked up, so she hadn't seen Zhao Hongyu's face. Now, after hearing Zhao Hongyu's voice, she remembered to take a peek. Wow, what a huge scar. This young man must be a very formidable person. Zhao Hongyu was once considered a handsome young man, but since he had just arrived in this era, he had been involved in a fight between Indians, leaving him with a scar on his face. The scar marred his handsome features, which was truly heartbreaking. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't mind it at all. Instead, he thought it made him look more manly. Otherwise, his handsome appearance would have seemed too feminine, which made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Tokugawa Kyo hadn't noticed Zhao Hongyu's appearance. Her eyes were drawn to the scar. After a quick glance, she formed a mental assessment. A fierce, wild boy, a very rough and tumble type. Already a little frightened, Tokugawa Kyo now felt even more apprehensive. At this moment, Tokugawa Kyo recalled what Hattori Chizuru had said to her earlier outside the camp. Miss, for the sake of the Tokugawa family, you will inevitably have to sacrifice your own health. If we can negotiate, I think a marriage with him would be the best option. Marrying that scarred barbarian? Tokugawa Kyo's heart was filled with bitterness. Hey, little girl, you haven't answered my question yet. I asked you what benefits and advantages you can bring me if I support you. Zhao Hongyu saw Tokugawa Kyo kneeling quietly, head bowed, lost in thought. Considerable time had passed since he had asked his question, so Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but remind her again. I can bring you many benefits, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 638 Tokugawa Kyo's rhetorical question. Facing Zhao Hongyu's question, Tokugawa Kyo stuttered in response. Haha. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh as he saw the nervous Tokugawa Kyo stuttering in response, her face etched with unease. You're not afraid of me, are you? Zhao Hongyu felt as if the girl kneeling across from him was terrified and frightened of him. Oh my god, I didn't seem to mean any harm, but how could she react like that? This is so strange. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but ask. No. I'm not afraid. Tokugawa Kyo's answer was completely self-defeating. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to debate this with a little girl. Tell me, what good would it be for me to support you? You know, The Tokugawa family is on the verge of collapse now, and you don't have anything to offer. Zhao Hongayu's words were the truth, and even Tokugawa Kyo and the others couldn't refute it. The fact is that the Tokugawa family is now a stranger. And under the suppression of the shogunate, they no longer have much room to survive. Unless they are willing to hide their identities and live as ordinary people, they can still live a life. If they are not willing to do so, then there is only one way out, which is death. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi had already analyzed this situation for Zhao Hongyu last night. At this time, when Zhao Hongyu was talking to Tokugawa Kyo, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi's eyes kept scanning Hattori Chizuru and others behind Tokugawa Kyo. Well, needless to say, these people are the IGA-10 people who have always been loyal to the Tokugawa family. Hattori Hanzo, the leader of the IGA ninja, was a man of vision. It was because of his defection to the Tokugawa family that he was able to transform from a ninja into a samurai and even obtain an official position. It is just a pity that in the struggle between the Tokugawa family and the Ishida family, the Tokugawa family failed and was eventually destroyed. Therefore, as a loyal vassal of the Tokugawa family, Hattori Hanzo had no choice but to follow this path. After all, during his time in service, he had committed many shady acts, offending many. A man like him could not survive without the Tokugawa's protection. It was precisely for this reason that Hattori Hanzo risked his life to save the Tokugawa family's bloodline, establishing himself as a loyal and righteous man. Regardless of Hattori Hanzo's intentions at the time, he now left behind 10 extremely powerful subordinates for Tokugawa Kyo. For so many years, it was thanks to the protection of the IGA-10 that Tokugawa Kyo lived so well. Otherwise, she would have died countless times. After all, the shogun, who established the shogunate at its peak, controlled even more powerful ninjas. Facing the shogun's pursuit, it was truly remarkable for Tokugawa Kyo to survive to this day. This also demonstrates the power of the IGA-10. If they were not so powerful, Tokugawa Kyo would have died long ago. Master Wang and Liu Dabi had heard many people talk about the IGA-10. They were proficient in assassination, had superb skills, were good at disguise, and had outstanding martial arts. They even had some very unique abilities. If the prince could negotiate with them, then it would be of great benefit to them to subdue these people. Master Wang and Liu Dabi thought so in their hearts. However, it was useless for them to think about this matter. It would depend on how the negotiation between Zhao Hongyu and Tokugawa Kyo went. Moreover, they could not use force against Tokugawa Kyo. First of all, they had no way to catch the IGA-10. If they escaped, they would have to face assassination from the dark for the rest of their lives. Ninjas were masters of assassination and were hard to guard against. Therefore, in the eyes of Master Wang and Liu Dabi, the method of forcing was a very undesirable method. Zhao Hongyu had no idea what the two men he'd summoned to hold the fortress were thinking. Right now, he simply wanted to have a good chat with Tokugawa Kyo to determine if they were truly worthy of support. In fact, after meeting Kikuchi Hideyuki last night, he'd been somewhat tempted. At the very least, the Tokugawa remnants were indeed superior to Iguchi Zazo. Their reputations and righteousness meant they wouldn't be disliked by the daimyo. At the very least, they had a significant advantage over Iguchi Zazo. If he'd supported Iguchi Zazo, he wouldn't have been able to break into the aristocratic world, even by force. But the Tokugawa clan was different. Furthermore, after the Tokugawa clan's fall in Japan, many must have gone into hiding. If the Tokugawa clan could be revived, those talented individuals would surely return to the clan, rather than having to select and train new talent, as was the case with supporting Iguchi Zazo. However, the Tokugawa clan also had a downside, their strong independence, driven by their focus on reviving the clan. Zhao Hongyu wanted an obedient dog. This would essentially create a huge conflict. This was also what made Zhao Hongyu a little conflicted and undecided. However, after looking at it today, he realized that the only remaining member of the Tokugawa family was a girl. If he really wanted to support her, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, a girl is more controllable than a boy. Zhao Hongyu just wanted to see if she was smart. Zhao Hongyu didn't think much of it at the moment. Although Tokugawa Kyo looked very fresh and charming, Zhao Hongyu, who already had 2 wives, would not be interested in her. What Zhao Hongyu didn't know was that before meeting Zhao Hongyu, Hattori Chizuru had exchanged some words with Tokugawa Kyo in order to strengthen her position and gain support. The content of those words was actually very simple: to revive the Tokugawa family and, if possible, Tokugawa Keo would offer her body to establish a relationship with His Highness Zhao Hongyu. By then, as a family, they might receive even greater help. If they could have a child, it would be even more amazing. Of course, this condition couldn't be proposed just yet. After all, when Zhao Hongyu was evaluating them, Tokugawa Keo and the others also had to consider his own strength. Although Zhao Hongyu's bombardment of the Osaka commercial town seemed to indicate he possessed a formidable fleet, and he had also defeated the attack from Osaka Castle with a small force, Zhao Hongyu would inevitably face a massive attack from the shogunate's forces. Only then would his true strength be revealed. Only if Zhao Hongyu resolved the shogunate's problems would Tokugawa Keo offer her life in exchange for strong support. For now, it was better to negotiate. At this moment, although the timid Tokugawa Keo was startled by the scar on Zhao Hongyu's face, she quickly forced herself to calm down. She knew now was not the time for wild thoughts, she had more important things to attend to. With this in mind, Tokugawa Keo suppressed her fear, set a stern face, and tried to appear calm and composed. Since your highness asks, I understand. Tokugawa Keo then analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of herself and Iguchi. It was essentially the same as what Kikuchi and Zhao Hongyu had discussed that evening. It was obvious, and everyone understood it whether they spoke it or not. They weren't fools after all. Unlike Kikuchi Hideyuki, however, after outlining these strengths and weaknesses, Tokugawa Keo lowered her head and asked, although our Tokugawa family is no longer as strong as it once was, we would also like to know if we were willing to join your highness. How can you guarantee your support in our fight against the shogunate? Slowly, she mustered the courage to raise her head, meeting Zhao Hongyu's gaze with her rosy eyes. If the shogunate mobilizes a full-scale army, it will be different from those cowards in Osaka last night. Your highness will then have to contend not only with attacks from land, but also from the sea, Tokugawa Keo demanded in a cold voice. And no matter how powerful you are, your highness, you've left your homeland after all, and this is also our Japan. The shogunate holds a significant advantage here, at least they won't have to worry about logistics. Tokugawa Keo's question was a stark and practical one. Precisely what Master Wang and Liu Daba had worried about earlier. Yes, even if Zhao Hongyu were powerful, he was still in America. After all, he had an empire, so he wouldn't have to fear any power. But a vast ocean separated the East and America, making supply chains a real challenge. Furthermore, war inevitably involves casualties. The shogunate, needless to say, didn't worry about this at all. Japan was their home turf, casualties could be replenished, they didn't have to worry about manpower. But Zhao Hongyu and his men were different. To the Japanese, they were outsiders, and the locals naturally resented them. Expecting to replace casualties here, like the shogunate, was sheer fantasy. It was simply impossible. So, Zhao Hongyu and his men would only become fewer and fewer in number, eventually becoming weaker and weaker, ultimately leading to defeat. If things went wrong, they might even be completely wiped out on the Japanese side. It wasn't impossible. Of course, that presupposed Zhao Hongyu didn't have that incredible cheat. However, it was precisely because of this unknown cheat that Zhao Hongyu had done something that seemed so foolish to outsiders. Tokugawa Keo then quietly looked at Zhao Hongyu, observing how he would answer her question. At this point, Tokugawa Keo mustered up the courage to meet Zhao Hongyu's gaze and began to carefully examine this young man from a foreign land. He claimed to be a descendant of the Song dynasty from centuries ago, and he didn't look very old, perhaps only about 16 or 17, quite young. Well, if it weren't for the scar, he would actually be a very handsome man. Unfortunately, his handsome features were marred by the long scar. Suddenly, Tokugawa Keo felt a pang of pity for Zhao Hongyu's appearance. It must have been painful, right? This thought suddenly occurred to Tokugawa Keo, completely unexplained. The thoughts of women and girls are truly unpredictable. Previously, she had been terrified of Zhao Hongyu, but now she felt sorry for him. It's amazing. After staring at Zhao Hongyu for a moment, Tokugawa Keo felt less afraid. She couldn't tell if it was because she'd gained courage, or because she'd seen the once handsome face beneath Zhao Hongyu's scar. As she studied him, Zhao Hongyu studied her closely. He'd never expected this girl to question him. The questions she'd mentioned were all destined to be faced. If he couldn't resolve them, it would be very troublesome. And solving these problems would be very difficult. Was Tokugawa Keo right? Yes. Of course, Zhao Hongyu knew she was right. He was no idiot, he knew what he was facing next. The Osaka soldiers had been defeated and retreated back to Osaka Castle. Since the Osaka couldn't deal with his men, and he refused to leave, they would undoubtedly report what had happened to the Edo shogunate. Upon learning of what had transpired, the Edo shogunate would undoubtedly be furious. Everything he had done so far had slapped the Japanese in the face, not just the shogunate itself. If the shogunate didn't react, what dignity could they maintain? The only way for the shogunate to redeem itself was to dispatch troops to deal with his men. Only by dispatching troops to kill them could the shogunate prove its power and restore its reputation. Any ordinary person would have fled after bombarding the Osaka commercial district. In that case, Japan would have been completely helpless. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhao Hongyu. Encountering Zhao Hongyu, a man possessing a powerful cheat, led to their bizarre encounters. After Zhao Hongyu bombarded the Osaka commercial town, he did not flee as usual, but landed and set up camp to fight the Japanese to the death. Everything he did was beyond the scope of normal people's reason. It seemed that he was not only incomprehensible, but also like a fool and idiot. However, Zhao Hongyu's luck was not bad. The first challenge he faced after setting up the camp was solved. Of course, it may also be that the people in Osaka Castle were too cowardly. But there will be a lot of troubles in the future. Can he solve them all? Tokugawa Keo asked these questions, and they were right at the root of the problem. Next, it depends on how Zhao Hongyu answers. Novel Network. Chapter 639, Tokugawa Keo's Submission. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment, then gave Tokugawa Keo a deep look. Tokugawa Keo's question was easy to answer, but also difficult. After all, these people didn't know he possessed a cheating device, and he couldn't possibly tell them. So no matter how confident he was in his ability to fight the shogunate, they would probably think he was just bragging, which put Zhao Hongyu in a slightly awkward position. However, facing Tokugawa Keo, he couldn't help but answer. Otherwise, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? So, Zhao Hongyu was silent for a while. At the same time, he was also thinking rapidly in his mind how to answer Tokugawa Keo. Why, are you a little embarrassed? Tokugawa Keo saw Zhao Hongyu's silence for a while and thought that he had hit the nail on the head with his question and was considering it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Hongyu spoke. Actually, your worries are completely unnecessary. You won't believe me when I say I can fight the shogunate, but I do possess the ability and strength. However, I doubt you'll believe me no matter how I explain it now. Otherwise, wait until I defeat the shogunate's attack and force them to cede territory, then come and seek my support. Zhao Hongyu's words were quite realistic. He truly had no evidence to prove his strength. Although he had defeated Osaka's 5,000 men with 800 men last night, how could the Osaka soldiers be compared to the shogunate's assembled forces? According to Tokugawa Keo, the Osaka troops were cowards, useless. If the shogunate had led its army to fight Zhao Hongyu, the situation would have been very different. After all, although Japan might not seem impressive in Zhao Hongyu's eyes at the moment, it was still a nation. The shogunate was the de facto ruler of the nation, and the power they could mobilize far surpassed that of a mere Osaka castle. Furthermore, the generals under the shogunate were far more powerful than those in Osaka castle. Therefore, if the shogunate mobilized a large force, Zhao Hongyu would face a much more complex situation than dealing with the Osaka people. Tokugawa Keo and the others must have been concerned about this, otherwise she wouldn't have asked such a question. However, Zhao Hongyu's empty words were difficult to answer, so he simply decided to wait until he defeated the shogunate. After defeating the shogunate, they would undoubtedly compensate him with a base, allowing him to find a base for his target. Furthermore, only by defeating the shogunate could he prove his ability to support them. Of course, there was another benefit. By defeating the shogunate and proving his strength, anyone he chose to support would be grateful and intimidated by his immense power. Even if he chose the Tokugawa family as his target, they would no longer have any advantages. Supporting someone of inferior status would allow him to become the emperor. Zhao Hongyu's calculations were clattering. Tokugawa Keo's eyes rolled at this. Your Highness, you're right. This isn't something that can be proven with just a few words. But seeing how confident you are now, I believe from the bottom of my heart that you have the ability. Ugh. Zhao Hongyu was stunned by Tokugawa Keo's words. He really didn't know what this girl was thinking. After all, any normal person, under such circumstances, would never believe that they had the ability to defeat the shogunate. And looking at Tokugawa Keio's expression, she seemed to be wholeheartedly joining him. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? Are they so sure of themselves? Don't they think that if I keep bragging about my strength, and then the shogunate defeats them, they won't be able to stay in Japan anymore? I don't know what kind of people they are. Zhao Hongaiu's doubts weren't surprising at all, as he had no idea of Tokugawa Keio and the others' current situation. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have such doubts and confusion. While Master Wang and Liu Dabi had given Zhao Hongaiu an intensive refresher on this subject last night, how much could they have learned? Furthermore, Master Wang and Liu Dabi didn't know much about the Tokugawa clan, not even a detailed one. Therefore, Zhao Hongaiu only knew that the Tokugawa clan had lost the Battle of Sekigahara, that Tokugawa Ieyasu and his men had been beheaded, and that they were all wanted. As for the more detailed details, Zhao Hongaiu wasn't in a position to know. In reality, Tokugawa Keio and the others were desperate, staying would be a dead end. Therefore, they had no choice but to seek Zhao Hongaiu out, hoping for his help and support, or perhaps to take them out of Japan and find a place where they could survive. However, Zhao Hongaiu knew nothing about their mentality. So, upon hearing Tokugawa Keio's words, Zhao Hongaiu was immediately stunned. However, he quickly turned around and calmed his thoughts. There must be some meaning behind this girl's words, otherwise she wouldn't have said so. Zhao Hongaiu's thoughts turned, and he pondered secretly. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongaiu looked at Tokugawa Keio with a somewhat amused expression. Miss Tokugawa, so what do you mean? Tokugawa Keio knelt, raised her hands to her forehead, and then leaned deeply. Your Highness, our Tokugawa family is willing to submit to you and become your vassal and offer our loyalty. We only ask that after you defeat the shogunate's army, if circumstances permit, you consider supporting our Tokugawa family. It was unimaginable that Tokugawa Keio would have such courage. She would not discuss cooperation with Zhao Hongaiu, but instead submit to him. Yes, submit to him as a vassal. And she made it very clear that if there was a chance of defeating the shogunate's attack in the future, then she could consider their support when the time was right. It didn't matter if they didn't consider it, they could just continue to be retainers. At the very least, their lives would be better than they were now. As retainers, they wouldn't have to worry about so many things, and life would be much easier. It could be said that Tokugawa Keio's plan was a good one. She was tired anyway, and it would be best if she could unload the burden from her shoulders. As a subordinate, Zhao Hongaiu would be responsible for everything, and as a retainer, well, she could slack off. Even if she couldn't slack off, there were still some things that Hattori Chizuru and the others could do. In short, her life would definitely be better than it was now. Hearing this, Zhao Hongaiu looked puzzled. You mean you want to join me and become my subordinate? Tokugawa Keio nodded. Yes, Your Highness, that's exactly what I mean. Zhao Hongaiu sat up straight and looked around at Master Wang and Liu Daba. Master Wang then spoke up. If you surrender to His Highness as a subordinate, the revival of your Tokugawa family will be impossible. Don't you regret it? Liu Dabi also feigned a fierce expression, glaring at Tokugawa Keio. How can we trust you? What if you grow stronger with our help, and then betray us at a critical moment? While we could retaliate, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hongaiu remained silent, completely allowing Master Wang and Liu Dabi to perform. He sat there, gazing at the refreshingly innocent Tokugawa Keio, waiting to see how she would react. Tokugawa Keio leaned forward, not rising. I swear in the name of all my ancestors, I, Tokugawa Keio, submit to your highness and pledge my loyalty as a vassal. Any betrayal will result in death and burial. Tokugawa Keio knew she had no way to prove anything, so she could only swear a solemn oath. Are you the only one who wants to surrender to my highness? Those behind you. Master Wang raised his hand and stroked his goatee, then spoke sinisterly. Hearing Master Wang's words, the IGA-10 behind Tokugawa Keio, still unsure of what he meant, immediately leaned forward, their foreheads touching, and said in unison, we are willing to follow Miss Tokugawa and die for His Highness. Master Wang then smiled and nodded, seemingly pleased with the outcome. As retainers? Zhao Hongaiu pondered. If Tokugawa Keio and the others were retainers, it didn't seem impossible. At least, they didn't require his support now, and he could keep them by his side until the shogunate's army arrived, allowing him to demonstrate his strength. Only after they had seen his strength would they truly obey him and offer their loyalty. Okay. From now on, the Tokugawa family will be my subordinates. However, according to your Japanese tradition, you are not my own clan, merely outsiders few. Tokugawa Kyo often let out a sigh of relief, and she was completely relaxed. In Tokugawa Kyo's view, it doesn't matter what Imanchu or Gayang is, as long as she can get rid of the current situation. The burden of reviving the Tokugawa family is on her, and it really makes her too tired. Now it's good, she can finally unload this burden, and relax, right? Tokugawa Kyo thought to herself, and cheered for her own cleverness. Novel Network. Chapter 640 I Can Summon the IGA Clan. As Zhao Hongayu's retainer, Tokugawa Kyo's life must have been much easier. She couldn't help but applaud her own cleverness, for she could finally unburden herself of the burden. Haha, Tokugawa Kyo felt a small surge of pride in her heart. And behind her, the IGA Teninshu were also secretly delighted. They all applauded their young lady's move, all believing her to be incredibly clever. Indeed, talking about support at this moment was clearly a bit much. After all, what benefits could they offer the other party? Even if they made some promises, it would seem far-fetched. Whether they believed them or not was uncertain. They were only a few people now, and even if they didn't believe their own promises, how could they believe others? But their young lady's suggestion of surrendering to the family was different. While they were nominally retaining vassalage, they still had a backer. They would definitely not have to worry about food and drink in the future. As for the hope of reviving the Tokugawa family, it was better to put it on the back burner for now. Zhao Hongai was a bit surprised. He had initially thought these people would try to persuade him to support them. But he never expected this fresh-faced girl named Tokugawa Kyo to suddenly change the subject and offer to join him. Honestly, he didn't want to refuse their offer. Forget about anything else, the IGA Teninshu behind Tokugawa Kyo's back made his eyes light up. If what Master Wang and Liu Dabur said was true, then these people were like superpowers. If they could be used as his bodyguards, then why would he need to worry about his own safety? Haha. Zhao Hongyu laughed heartily. Of course, as his subordinate, he could also observe Tokugawa Kyo's character. If she was good enough, he could support her in reviving the Tokugawa family after defeating the shogunate's attack. After all, supporting anyone was supportive, and the Tokugawa family was actually quite impressive. Okay. From now on, we're family, so I won't be so distant with you. You all know my situation now, and I imagine the shogunate's punitive forces will arrive soon. What are your opinions on this? Zhao Hongyu sat up straight, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Tokugawa Kyo and the others. Tokugawa Kyo thought for a moment. As subordinates, we simply follow orders. Your Highness will control the overall direction. We will diligently carry out your orders. It was a standard response, nothing remarkable. However, behind Tokugawa Kyo, a young woman with a ponytail and samurai attire, 3 katanas tucked into her waistband, spoke up. Your Highness, the shogunate has the Koga ninja. While your Highness isn't afraid of their regular army, you must be wary of these ninja. We must guard against them infiltrating our ranks before the battle and carrying out destructive assassinations. Zhao Hongyu nodded, expressing his deep concern. Ever since learning of the ninja's presence, this worry had been lingering in his mind. Originally, Zhao Hongyu had no good solution for this problem, but now with the IGA-10, he figured it might be a less pressing issue. Who is this? Zhao Hongyu, upon seeing the young woman with 6 katanas speak, looked at Tokugawa Kyo with a questioning look. He thought to himself, wow, 6 katanas. This girl looks only about 16 years old, is she really that powerful? And how does she use 6 katanas? It's really strange. Upon hearing Zhao Hongyu speak, Tokugawa Kyo let out an "oh" and, mimicking the military commanders, replied, this is Hattori Chizuru, the head ninja of my Tokugawa clan. Now that we have surrendered to you, your Highness, the Tokugawa ninjas will also be yours. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Tokugawa Kyo, who, despite her youth, had adopted the demeanor of an adult male military commander. Oh, so you're from the IGA ninja clan. But since your last name is Hattori, I'd like to know Hattori Hanzo. Zhao Hongyu suddenly remembered a powerful ninja named Hattori Hanzo under Tokugawa Ieyasu's command. Unsure of his relationship to the girl named Hattori Chizuru, he casually asked. Tokugawa Keio couldn't answer, so Hattori Chizuru answered herself. Hanzo is my father. Zhao Hongayu's eyes widened as he stared at the ponytail girl in a samurai uniform, wielding 6 katanas. It was surprising to see Hattori Hanzo as her father. Oh, Hattori Hanzo is your father, then why haven't I seen him today? Zhao Hongayu asked. Hattori Chizuru leaned over and replied, my father passed away 4 years ago, and now the IGA ninja clan has been handed over to my daughter. He passed away. Zhao Hongayu was a little disappointed. However, Zhao Hongayu did not dwell too much on this issue. After all, he was just asking out of curiosity on a whim. In fact, he was not very interested in this question. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just heard of your father's name, so I asked this question. Zhao Hongayu apologized slightly. No matter what, Hattori Hanzo was dead. His question just now seemed a bit disrespectful. Besides, Tokugawa Keio and Hattori Chizuru had now surrendered to him and were his subordinates. He should show the necessary respect to his subordinates. Tokugawa Keio and the others were different from Miguchizu and Koibuji, so they should not be treated in the same way. Hattori Chizuru did not say anything, but when Zhao Hongayu apologized, she knelt there and bent over to accept Zhao Hongayu's apology. Let's get back to the topic. Zhao Hongayu regained his serious expression. Just now you expressed your concern that the ninja from the shogunate might harm us. Do you have any good solutions? Hattori Chizuru replied, ninja against ninja, there's no other solution. If your highness trusts us, you can leave this matter to us. We will definitely satisfy your highness. As Hattori Chizuru spoke, a look of deep confidence appeared on her face. It wasn't just her, the others shared this attitude, revealing their deep contempt for the ninja from the shogunate. But come to think of it, they've been able to withstand the attacks of the Kogen ninja for so long, remaining unscathed. This shows they possess some skill. It also proves that the Kogen ninja are truly weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the IGA ninja to act so freely. Alright. Since you're so confident, I'll leave the defense against the shogunate's ninjas to you. I'm just wondering if there's anything you can do to help us. Hattori Chizuru shook her head. As long as your highness takes good care of Miss Tokugawa, we have nothing to worry about. As for the Kogen ninjas under the shogunate's command, we'll handle them. With Hattori Chizuru saying so, what else could Zhao Hongayu say? So, he nodded and agreed. Miss Tokugawa, please become a samurai shogun here, specifically responsible for the ninjas and my safety. If possible, you can help me train my guards and teach them some ninja skills. Zhao Hongayu quickly made the arrangements. Tokugawa Keio and the others were very pleased with Zhao Hongayu's arrangements. You know, in Japan, the position of samurai shogun is quite prestigious. After all, they had only recently joined the group. Moreover, as Zhao Hongayu's guards, they were in charge of ninja and intelligence matters, which meant they held considerable power. What did this mean? It showed that Zhao Hongayu still trusted them, especially those who had just joined the group. For a moment, Tokugawa Keio and the others felt a surge of warmth and profound emotion. After all, since the fall of the Tokugawa clan, they had become the scoundrels of Japan, facing betrayal and deception every time they sought help. They had experienced this countless times. Therefore, Zhao Hongayu's trust was truly precious. So, how could they possibly not dare to act? Adding icing on the cake doesn't move people, but providing timely assistance is what moves them, even moving them to gratitude. Zhao Hongayu's actions were precisely that kind of timely assistance, filling Tokugawa Keio and the others with a sense of trust and warmth they hadn't felt in a long time. Your Highness. Although our IGA ninja are under siege by the Ishida shogunate, we still have numerous IGA ninja active in many areas. If your Highness doesn't mind, I can gather all of them to serve your Highness. However, I wonder if your Highness, after a moment of heartfelt emotion, Hattori Chizuru asked impulsively. However, Hattori Chizuru soon regretted it. Oh, he was such a reckless guy, how could he make such a small request at this time? Although the status of ninjas has been improved since the Warring States period, ninjas are still not worthy of being in the upper class. Because they cannot appear on the battlefield as openly as samurai, they can only wander in the darkness and become messengers of hell. Although the daimyos want to use them, they will not give them any status. Even Tokugawa Ieyasu did not give Hattori Hanzo a great status. So, would His Highness from the Song Kingdom also hate ninjas? If so, doing this would be annoying. After thinking about these things, Hattori Chizuru couldn't help but secretly blame herself. How many people are there? As long as you can guarantee that they can be loyal to me and serve me, then I will never treat them unfairly." The imagined disgust did not appear, but the prince seemed a little excited. This made Hattori Chizuru breathe a sigh of relief. Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, The Tokugawa People's Reactions. Zhao Hongyu certainly wouldn't refuse Hattori Chizuru's idea of gathering the scattered IGA ninjas across the country and bringing them to him. After all, this would be of considerable benefit to him. Furthermore, it was now clear that these people wanted to join him. As long as he could accept them and interact with them, there was no need to worry about their sincerity. Furthermore, he could also use them for his own purposes. Most importantly, with the IGA ninjas at his disposal, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have to worry about facing the shogunate's Koga ninjas. After all, ever since he learned that there were ninjas in Japan, and that their abilities were beyond his comprehension, Zhao Hongyu had been deeply concerned. Even though he had bombarded the Osaka commercial district and repelled attacks from Osaka Castle, he still harbored a deep concern about attacks from the shogunate. This concern wasn't about the sheer number of the shogunate's troops or the strength of the Japanese navy, but rather about the unseen forces, the ninjas who were so difficult to defend against. While Zhao Hongyu's genetically engineered warriors were incredibly powerful, that was only relative to the average person. If they were facing those elusive ninjas, Zhao Hongyu's genetically engineered warriors would be significantly outmatched. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhao Hongyu to say he wasn't worried. Now, with Tokugawa Kyo and the others' allegiance, he could solve this problem. If the shogunate sent Koga ninjas to attack him, he could easily have the IGA ninjas fight them. With their help, his safety would be greatly improved. At least, he wouldn't be as worried as he is now. Originally, Zhao Hongyu had thought the IGA ninjas were only 10 strong, and if that were the case, they would definitely be understaffed. But Hattori Chizuru's words completely dispelled Zhao Hongyu's concerns. Indeed, the IGA ninja school, as vast as it was, had suffered a heavy blow, but it couldn't be completely destroyed. These guys definitely had backup plans and wouldn't suffer the same fate as Tokugawa Ieyasu. As expected, after the fall of Tokugawa Ieyasu, the IGA ninjas all went underground, hiding their identities and preserving their considerable strength. The IGA side, in turn, placed their most elite Junanshu alongside the Tokugawa heirs to protect the Tokugawa bloodline, thus attracting the shogunate's attention. With this in mind, who would care about the lower-ranking IGA ninjas who had gone into hiding and become like ordinary people? It must be said that Hattori Hanzo's initial approach was a wise one. It had numerous benefits, not to mention the long-term benefits. The IGA ninjas themselves could use this to preserve their strength and attempt to come back. Now, wasn't that their chance? With a single command from Hattori Chizuru, the hidden IGA ninjas would return and form a complete ninja force. Of course, after all these years, some ninjas would have second thoughts. Some would be unwilling to return, some would even betray the group. But Hattori Chizuru was confident that the majority of the IGA ninjas would heed his call and join his forces. With these ninjas in hand, they will become more valuable in the eyes of this prince. Yes, no matter where they are, even if they are subordinates, they must show their value and prove that they are not ordinary people. This does not mean that if you surrender, others will accept you. Even if you raise a dog, you must be able to flatter and even wag its tail. Tomorrow I will have someone prepare women's clothes and armor for you. I have captured a lot of wounded soldiers from Osaka Castle, and now I am trying to find a way to get them to surrender to my camp. After Zhao Hongyu agreed to Hattori Chizuru's small request, he talked about other topics. Although this matter has just started, the progress is pretty good. I think it won't be long before those Osaka soldiers will surrender to us wholeheartedly. Zhao Hongyu paused here, and then showed a thoughtful look. After a short while, Zhao Hongyu continued, well, after we subdue these people, I'll send a group of them over to you. I won't let you become empty-handed generals. Tokugawa Kyo and the others naturally bowed in gratitude for Zhao Hongyu's offer. Judging from the conversation and interaction between the two sides, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. At the very least, Tokugawa Kyo and the others had achieved their goal, and even more to come. Therefore, They had nothing to be dissatisfied with. They were people who knew their limits. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. We will go through fire and water for you, haha. Zhao Hongyu smiled at the words, but he didn't take them seriously. Hattori Chizuru, standing behind Tokugawa Keo, looked at Zhao Hongyu with a look of disbelief when she heard him say he would subdue the Osaka soldiers. Your Highness, you want to subjugate those Osaka soldiers? Are you kidding? Hattori Chizuru might be second in command to Tokugawa Keo, but she was still just a girl, and one who hadn't seen much of the world, so her reaction wasn't surprising at all. However, in someone else's situation, her reaction would have been completely out of place. Wasn't she doubting Zhao Hongyu's abilities? While everyone had their doubts, they couldn't express them in front of so many people. Oh my god. Chizuru was truly outspoken. Would she have offended the young prince by saying that? It wasn't just Tokugawa Keo who thought this, even others, like Kikuchi Hideyuki, felt like covering their faces with their hands. Your Highness, Hattori Chizuru is very straightforward. She said this without any ulterior motive. She was simply worried that Your Highness might be deceived by those Osaka soldiers. Please don't take it personally. Hattori Chizuru had barely finished speaking when Tokugawa Keo's voice rang out, apologizing. Hattori Chizuru, with her carefree, tomboyish nature, knew she'd made a mistake. She quickly bowed her head, uttering a series of apologies. Zhao Hongyu hadn't thought anything of it. He wasn't the kind of person to hold back. Besides, as Tokugawa Keo had said, this ponytail girl, armed with 6 samurai swords, and dressed in male samurai attire, had good intentions. She was worried about the wounded soldiers in Osaka, so she feigned her support. Don't worry, I'm not overthinking it. I know she means no harm. You don't have to be so rude, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu didn't seem angry, Tokugawa Keo breathed a sigh of relief. She had just joined Zhao Hongyu, but she was genuinely worried that the carefree Hattori Chizuru might say something wrong and accidentally offend the young prince. Well, Hattori Chizuru's worries are not unreasonable, it's just that you don't know our methods. If you knew what methods we used, then I think you wouldn't have such worries. Zhao Hongyu said calmly while looking at Tokugawa Keo with a smile. Ah, this prince has a pretty good temperament. If Hattori Chizuru's previous words were said to other lords in Japan, they would surely be scolded. But this prince is not like that. Tokugawa Keo, who was kneeling opposite Zhao Hongyu, secretly looked at the smiling Zhao Hongyu and thought to himself. Unconsciously, Tokugawa Keo was no longer so afraid of Zhao Hongyu. Although the scar on Zhao Hongyu's face still looked scary, Tokugawa Keo was no longer as panicked as before. After this brief encounter, Tokugawa Keo sensed that Zhao Hongyu was actually quite easy to talk to, unlike the other prominent figures she'd met, who were always aloof and arrogant. This comforted her. Perhaps joining the Crown Prince of the Song Empire was indeed a good choice. Your Highness, I wonder what tactics you're using? Be careful with those Osaka soldiers, they're quite slippery, Hattori Chizuru bluntly asked again, questioning Zhao Hongyu about their tactics against the Osaka captives. Ugh. This time, even Tokugawa Keo wanted to fassap him. Hattori Chizuru was being too blunt. If the previous incident hadn't angered Zhao Hongyu, then you should have just shut up and sat down. But she pressed on, like a curious child. Aren't there some things you should be asking? Sister Hattori Chizuru, you're just someone I've just joined. Tokugawa Yoshio was practically in tears. The IGA clan members surrounding Hattori Chizuru also had strange expressions on their faces. They all knew Hattori Chizuru was a carefree, tomboyish creature, speaking without thinking. Furthermore, her father, Hattori Hanzo, had passed away early, so Hattori Chizuru didn't act like a girl at all, but rather like a man. However, it seemed that if Hattori Chizuru didn't change her personality, she would get into trouble with the heavenly Dao. But in this situation, everyone really didn't know how to start, so they just had to change the subject. Haha, it's not that we can't talk about this. After all, you've all joined me now, so it wouldn't be good for me to keep it a secret from you, right? Just when everyone was worried that Zhao Hongyu would get angry, the feared scene didn't materialize. Instead, Zhao Hongyu remained beaming. Generous and good-natured, the crowd remarked once again. If this happened to a Japanese daimyo, they would be absolutely furious. Their reaction would definitely not be like Zhao Hongyu's. Everyone thought so. But no matter what, Zhao Hongyu's current attitude and reaction were still good for Tokugawa Ko and the others. With a lord who didn't lose his temper and had a good temper, what could they find fault with? It was definitely better than those lords who lost their temper and tortured others. Before they met Zhao Hongyu, they had considered it very carefully. Tokugawa Ko and the others had planned that if Zhao Hongyu was such a lord, they would have to put up with it. After all, they were now desperate. There was nothing they could do. If Zhao Hongyu was a lecher, Tokugawa Ko would have put up with it too. But what happened now was completely different from their expectations. Zhao Hongyu was not the person they had imagined. Even Tokugawa Ko could sense that this young prince, who was about the same age as herself, had no interest in her at all. While this reassured Tokugawa Ko, she also felt a slight sense of loss. Girls, sometimes, are just so strange. Am I really not attractive at all? Yes, I know I'm not great, but I'm not that unattractive. But now, the crown prince hasn't even paid her any attention. It seems she's truly unattractive. This is what Tokugawa Ko is thinking right now. If Zhao Hongyu knew what she was thinking, he'd probably be in a state of laughter and tears. God bless him. If he behaved like the pervert she imagined when Tokugawa Ko appeared, who knows what these people would think. But now, Zhao Hongyu showed no interest in her at all, and Tokugawa Ko started to complain in her heart. This was wrong no matter what she did. So, the minds of women and girls can be really hard to understand. But no matter what, Zhao Hongyu truly had no interest in Tokugawa Ko. He wasn't the kind of man whose brains were controlled by his crotch. It is impossible that he would immediately pull up a flag and be unable to walk when he saw a girl, like many people do. Zhao Hongyu ignored Tokugawa Ko and the others, but looked at Hattori Chizuru with a ponytail with great interest. He, Zhao Hongyu, smiled first, and then said, "Our method is a bit despicable, but the effect is still quite good. I'm afraid that you will laugh at us if I tell you. But this method was thought up by a man named Iguchi Zazo, and was perfected by a man named Koibuji. Speaking of which, the method they used against the Osaka soldiers was indeed not very glorious." Therefore, Zhao Hongyu could not pin this dishonorable reputation on himself, so the blame was taken by Iguchi Zazo and Koibuji. Afterwards, Zhao Hongyu told Tokugawa Ko and the others how they treated those Osaka soldiers and how they made them carry out the mutated process of remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. As Zhao Hongyu narrated, the expressions of Tokugawa Ko and the others became more interesting. Novel Network. Chapter 642, Tomboy Chizuru. Error. The chapter content of this book has been lost due to unknown reasons and has now been automatically registered. The administrator will re-record it during routine maintenance. We hope you will continue to support SPN. Chapter 643, A little ambiguity. After Zhao Hongyu explained his plan, it completely cleared up Hattori Chizuru's confusion and made her understand. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's story, Hattori Chizuru raised her hand and tapped her forehead, pretending to understand something. "Ah, so that's how it is. I thought your highness hadn't seen the trouble here. I can't believe I was overthinking it. Your highness is so smart, how could he not have thought of it? Now he even has a plan." Seriously, Zhao Hongyu smiled faintly at Hattori Chizuru's words, without much reaction. He now understood that Hattori Chizuru's personality was just like that. She didn't care what she said. There was no point in arguing with a girl like that. Instead, Hattori Chizuru's personality made Zhao Hongyu feel very comfortable. Suddenly, Zhao Hongyu remembered something. It was that Iguchi Zazo had told him that Koibuji's family was still in Osaka Castle, and that the guy had requested that his wife be rescued. To be honest, Zhao Hongyu had no idea who Koibuji was. He'd only heard Iguchi Zazo mention it to him. The reason Zhao Hongyu remembered Koibuji was because Iguchi Zazo had clearly stated that Koibuji was a talented individual, extremely intelligent. A man like that wouldn't be a bad idea if he could be put to good use, so Zhao Hongyu decided to give Koibuji a hand. But his wife was at Osaka Castle, so he couldn't possibly lead an army to attack it. If he did, he wouldn't be able to save his wife, and he'd probably end up harming her. So, just as Zhao Hongyu was racking his brains over this, Tokugawa Ko and the others appeared. Haha. It was like a perfect match. Ninjas. Master Wang and Liu Dabur had made such a big deal about ninjas, now it was time to see if they were truly that capable. Saving a woman shouldn't be a problem for them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu coughed and cleared his throat, then said to Tokugawa Kao, "Speaking of which, I have a small matter to trouble you all. I wonder if you are interested." Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Kao immediately understood that His Highness was going to assign them some tasks, and perhaps there was also some intention of testing them. It was also true that these people had rashly come to seek refuge, after all, and it was impossible for them to gain the trust of His Highness. Therefore, it was normal to give them some tests. So, Tokugawa Kao quickly leaned forward and responded, "My lord, please speak." The IGA-10 behind Tokugawa Kao seemed to have realized it as well, and they all straightened their backs with a start. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment before saying, "There's a talented individual among the captives. My men say he was the one who came up with the idea and is also the one who carried it out. He also has a small request, to rescue his wife from Osaka Castle." Zhao Hongyu told Tokugawa Kao and the others about Koibuji's request. Technically speaking, the task wasn't difficult at all. Anyone like Hattori Chizuru could have accomplished it beautifully. So, upon hearing Zhao Hongyu's explanation, they immediately relaxed. Originally, they thought it was something difficult and dangerous. But it turned out to be such a simple and easy task. "Leave it to me." Before anyone else could speak, Kikuchi Hideyuki spoke first, taking on the task. After some deliberation, Tokugawa Kao and the others decided that it wasn't a problem for Kikuchi Hideyuki to handle it, with his skills. He could handle it perfectly. So, Tokugawa Kao nodded. Then, turning to Zhao Hongyu, he said, "I would like to have Kikuchi Hideyuki complete this mission." "What do you think, Your Highness?" Tokugawa Kao quickly slipped into her role, realizing she was now Zhao Hongyu's subordinate. Hattori Chizuru secretly glanced at her young lady. He couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He knew her well enough, she was neither a scholar nor a warrior, just an ordinary girl. But now, she was imitating the ways of male military commanders, which was truly amusing. And it wasn't just Hattori Chizuru who found this fresh-faced girl imitating the ways of military commanders amusing. Zhao Hongyu found it amusing as well. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't intend to say anything. Perhaps having a female warrior by his side wouldn't be so bad after all. Zhao Hongyu's role-playing instincts were stirring once again. "Well, I'll contact Chen Xianbang tonight and buy some Japanese armor for this fresh-faced Tokugawa Kao to wear." Zhao Hongyu knew that Tokugawa Kao was just an ordinary girl, completely devoid of martial arts skills. But that didn't stop him from using her as a living model to satisfy his hidden desire for role-playing. He'd also get some sailor uniforms and short skirts. While Tokugawa Kao wasn't particularly talented in either literature or martial arts, he still had to make her useful, didn't he? Poor Tokugawa Kao didn't realize she'd become someone's permanent role-playing model. "Your Highness, Miss Tokugawa is asking you a question." Zhao Hongyu was lost in thought at the moment, so he didn't hear her question. So, Master Wen couldn't help but tug at Zhao Hongyu's sleeve and whispered a warning. Oh, good job. Finally, Your Highness has regained his composure." Master Wang secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had no idea what Your Highness was thinking about just now, so absorbed. Everyone in the tent noticed that Zhao Hongyu had been a bit off, but no one paid it much attention. Some even assumed that the prince must have been worrying about rescuing Koibuji's wife from Osaka Castle. Little did they know, Zhao Hongyu was preoccupied with something else. Ugh! Zhao Hongyu, having regained his composure, blushed. "Oh, Kao, what did you ask?" Zhao Hongyu's address was incredibly intimate. But he didn't mind it. Instead, it made Tokugawa Kao shy. "What? Such intimate address?" Tokugawa Kao grumbled inwardly. Actually, Zhao Hongyu's address to Hattori Chizuru was quite intimate, but Hattori Chizuru hadn't taken it seriously. But Tokugawa Kao was different, she wasn't a tomboy like Hattori Chizuru. Zhao Hongyu didn't realize that his address was so intimate and could be misinterpreted. After all, he wasn't from this era. In another time and space, such addressing was perfectly normal. He would never think so much. Tokugawa Kao's face flushed for a moment, then she recovered immediately. She raised her almond-shaped eyes and glanced at Zhao Hongyu. She found that Zhao Hongyu's face did not show any other meaning, as if the intimate name just now was normal. This made Tokugawa Kao feel uncomfortable. Could it be that in the Song dynasty, men all addressed women like this? However, Tokugawa Kao quickly calmed her troubled heart and took a deep breath. Now is not the time to think about these things. I still have serious things to do. Tokugawa Ko kept repeating in her heart. And finally suppressed her turbulent emotions. Your Highness, Kikuchi Hideyuki asked for permission to rescue Koibuji's wife. I ask if it is feasible for you. Tokugawa Ko repeated it again. Oh, it's this matter. Zhao Hongai was really a little embarrassed. He was distracted just now. Yes, you are now my samurai shogun and in charge of the affairs of the ninja. Kikuchi Hideyuki will also be in your care. Just handle this matter as you see fit. For me, the result is what matters, not the process. Oh. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Tokugawa Ko responded with a salute, imitating the manners of the male generals. She had to behave herself. This made Hattori Chizuru and the others, as well as Zhao Hongai, secretly smirk in their eyes. However, the fresh-faced Tokugawa Ko seemed oblivious to this. She still felt she had done a good job. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Hongai, adapting to the local customs, also performed a Japanese salute. Following Zhao Hongai's salute, Tokugawa Ko and the others all exclaimed in unison. With this, the task of rescuing Koibuji's wife fell upon Kikuchi Hideyuki. I imagine you're all a little tired, Zhao Hongai asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Tokugawa Ko replied. Master, please arrange accommodations for them. We're all family now, so please don't treat them unfairly, Zhao Hongai leaned over and said to Master Wang. Master Wang nodded quickly. I will definitely satisfy His Highness and the Tokugawa clan. Ko and Chizuru, please stay for a moment. I have something to ask you. Kikuchi Hideyuki and the others understood and stood up, leading Master Wang out of the tent. Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko were a little confused. They wondered what the young prince was planning by keeping them here. Could it be that? It must be said that the two girls had some misconceptions. After everyone left, Zhao Hongai looked at them with a smile. When he felt a little embarrassed, he said, I'm very curious about Japanese ninja culture and have many questions. Could you please help me clarify them? Phew. So that's why they were staying here. Tokugawa Ko and Hattori Chizuru felt a sense of relief. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote our monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to Term to read. Chapter 644 I don't believe this. The two girls, having misjudged the young prince, finally realized they had misunderstood him and breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know how they had gotten away with it. When they learned the reason for their detention, they felt a sense of relief, but also a slight sense of loss. Honestly, Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko were both flustered and bewildered by their own illogical thoughts. They had only just met the young crown prince today. Before that, they knew nothing about him, so even a passing impression of affection was far-fetched. But at that moment, they felt a genuine sense of loss. They couldn't deceive themselves. This is so disgusting. How could such a thought even occur to them? Technically, while Zhao Hongai had a long scar marring his handsome features, he had survived a bloody battle in America. Therefore, he exuded a strong masculine aura. Although Tokugawa Ko was initially a little frightened, she gradually realized that Zhao Hongai wasn't that scary. Furthermore, she discovered that beneath his scars lay a remarkably handsome face, and so her little girl's feelings began to unleash. It felt like a pity, like heartache. Hattori Chizuru, on the other hand, felt that this young prince, Zhao Hongai, was truly manly, and not only that, he also possessed a very good temper. If Hattori Chizuru had harbored a slight affection for Zhao Hongai, it was because she had previously misbehaved, yet Zhao Hongai hadn't reprimanded her. But to say that the two young women harbored a romantic interest in Zhao Hongai was simply nonsense. It was just a vague feeling at best. Don't misunderstand, you two, I'm keeping you here. I'm simply interested in ninjas, so I've kept you here to ask you about them, Zhao Hongai explained again. He wasn't stupid. He could tell from the two girls' reactions that they seemed to have a misunderstanding about him. This needed an explanation, or else he'd be seen as someone who couldn't move at the side of a woman. That wouldn't do. He wasn't that kind of person, not to mention he already had two wives. Hi, after hearing Zhao Hongai's explanation, Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko immediately knelt down, bowed, and saluted in response. Zhao Hongai saw their reactions and shook his head with a wry smile. Oh, forget it. I'm too lazy to explain anything. It's just making things worse. Hattori Chizuru was a tomboy. Although she looked quite heroic, good-looking, and innocent, Zhao Hongyu genuinely had no interest in her. He also had no interest in Tokugawa Ko, a girl with a fresh, clean appearance. He wasn't some lecher, he wouldn't be paralyzed by the sight of a woman. Besides, with his current status and power, if he wanted, he could easily find plenty of ocean horses to ride in Europe, even African black pearls. Besides, he was about to go to the Ming dynasty. There would be beautiful girls there, too. So, there was no need for him to act like a pervert and lust after two little Japanese girls. Well, one thing had to be admitted, Zhao Hongyu, the time traveler, was different from his other lecherous colleagues. I wonder what you find so curious about ninjas, Your Highness. The atmosphere in the tent was a bit awkward, but thankfully, the graceful and heroic Hattori Chizuru was the first to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere and resolve the awkward situation. Oh, that's right. I've heard some things about ninjas before, but generally speaking, I think they're beyond the reach of normal people. They're just a little more powerful than ordinary people. Zhao Hongyu had been puzzled by this question for a long time. Although Master Wang and Liu Dabur had explained the situation to him last night, they themselves weren't familiar with the situation, so their explanations weren't comprehensive. After listening to their explanations, Zhao Hongyu became even more curious about the ninja world. First, who was the person who had altered the ninja's overall structure and created the superpowers among them? Was he a native of this world, or a time traveler? Zhao Hongyu was filled with doubts and speculation. However, he personally felt that the other person was more likely to be a time traveler. The reason was simple: if this person hadn't existed, then the Japanese ninja would have remained the same. There would be no such thing as someone with superpowers. Normal history wouldn't allow for such a scenario. This was because this time and space wasn't some advanced dimension like the one in the novel, but I've seen that person named Kikuchi Hideyuki. His abilities are very powerful. Even more powerful than I can imagine. So I'm filled with doubts and confusion. I hope you can help me understand. Tokugawa Ko glanced back at Hattori Chizuru. She was also very curious about this question. However, this question is a very secret for the ninjas, so she was embarrassed to ask. Now that the question was asked by the young prince, Tokugawa Ko also wanted to hear what kind of explanation and answer Hattori Chizuru could give. Girls, gossip is in their nature, in their bones. Tokugawa Ko is no exception. What's more, she is also very curious about this matter. Hattori Chizuru felt the eyes of both people on her, and she felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, this secret is nothing to ninja of her status. However, before her father Hattori Hanzo died, he solemnly told her that this was a ninja secret that could not be passed on. If she said it now, would it be considered to be against the wishes of her dead father? But if she didn't say it? Thinking of this, Hattori Chizuru looked at Tokugawa Ko, who was full of curiosity. Then she looked at Zhao Hongyu, who was waiting for his answer. It's really difficult. What should I do? After thinking about it, Hattori Chizuru finally decided to tell the secret. It's not a big deal anyway, only people like my father would think it's so big. Hattori Chizuru thought to herself. And after a brief thought, Hattori Chizuru felt that it would be difficult for her to refuse the young prince's small request at this time. If she refused, wouldn't it create unnecessary estrangement? It's just a small matter among the ninjas. If it makes the prince unhappy, it will have a big impact on them. Besides, even if she told this secret, it would not have much impact on the ninjas. The other party would not be able to get any benefits from it. At the same time, it is not certain that anyone would be willing to believe the secret she holds. Because when her father told her this secret before he died and asked her to pass it on, she listened to it as a very unreliable story. Having made up her mind, Hattori Chizuru bowed again and said, "Since your highness is confused about this, I will certainly help you solve the puzzle. Please don't be anxious. I will tell you right away." After hearing Hattori Chizuru's answer, Zhao Hongyu quickly sat up straight and pricked up his ears. Tokugawa Ko also leaned slightly towards Hattori Chizuru. At the same time, she turned her body sideways and looked at Hattori Chizuru with a curious baby look, and her eyes were filled with gossip. Seeing the reactions of the two, Hattori Chizuru couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Really, it actually made two people so interested. I just hope I won't let you down. After all, this secret sounds a bit hard to accept, a bit like a myth. Hattori Chizuru thought secretly in her heart. After sorting out her thoughts, Hattori Chizuru then began to recount the history of ninja mutations to Zhao Hongyu and Tokugawa Ko, two gossipy individuals. It was unknown how much time passed before she finished. Tokugawa Keio and Zhao Hongayu's expressions became distorted. Overall, what Hattori Chizuru had said was no different from what Master Wang and Liu Daba had told him, save for a few more details. But it was these details that gave Zhao Hongyu a slight difference. That guy could speak from birth and was incredibly intelligent. These were traits only associated with time travel. Oh my god, was there already a senior before me? But this senior was rather unfortunate. I don't know what kind of damage he suffered after time travel, but his physical condition wasn't very good. He'd been sickly since childhood and often coughed up blood. Clearly, this senior must have encountered something during his time travel that led to his condition. Furthermore, the ninja mutations were closely related to that senior. Logically speaking, this senior, whose soul had traveled through time and space, couldn't possibly have created someone with supernatural powers. Isn't that a bit unbelievable? However, Hattori Chizuru offered an explanation. When the senior was born, he seemed to be holding a crystal in his hand. Oh my god, isn't this a scene from Jiabaoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber? Zhao Hongayu's mouth twitched at that moment. Normally, if a child were born holding something in their hand, it would definitely cause a sensation. In the eyes of the ignorant ancients, this was a sign of a divine will. Indeed, the senior who traveled through time and space lived up to this description. It seems that the crystal was eventually given to a little girl, who ate it, and her physical condition was transformed. As luck would have it, the parents of this senior who traveled through time and space were ninjas. The little girl who ate the crystal was also a ninja. Thus, the history of ninjas became distorted. Of course, because of this senior, Japan's Warring States period became even more turbulent. At the same time, the girl acted like a pathogen, spreading those strange supernatural powers like a virus. Perhaps due to individual differences in physique, not many people in Japan have undergone physical transformations. Those who did were secretly adopted by ninja. This is how individuals like the Iga Taninshu appeared in history. However, Zhao Hongyu was particularly moved by the fact that the time traveler had a tragic fate. He died young due to health issues. Zhao Hongyu suspected he must have had many ambitions and ideals that he never realized, and he must have felt deeply wronged before his death. The inhuman ninja, once thought to be a myth, has finally found some answers. Perhaps the crystal held by the time traveler at birth was some kind of potion. But if it was, why didn't he take it? However, it seems Zhao Hongyu will never find the answer to this question, as the unfortunate individual has been dead for decades. Regardless, Hattori Chizuru's revelation of this ninja secret left Tokugawa Keio feeling quite shocked. Yes, quite shocking. This was even more unreliable than the kind of scare tactics used to scare children. If you don't behave, you'll be caught and eaten by giant monkeys. Tokugawa Keio simply listened to it like a story. Only Zhao Hongyu had figured out a little bit, and many of his doubts and quandaries were finally clarified. With this answer, Zhao Hongyu felt a sudden sense of relief. For Zhao Hongyu, the ninja questions were nothing. His biggest worry was encountering a real-life time-traveling predecessor. That would be a disaster. But now that worry was over. After all, that unfortunate predecessor had traveled again, hadn't he? Hopefully, he could live a wonderful life in another world. As for the changes he brought about, let him inherit them. Zhao Hongyu's plan clicked into place. Oh, so that's how it is. It sounds really fantastical, Zhao Hongyu said to Chizuru after a sigh. Upon hearing this, Hattori Chizuru looked at Zhao Hongyu curiously, her large eyes blinking, her long eyelashes fluttering as she did so, a truly beautiful sight. Do you believe this story? To Hattori Chizuru, this secret was just a story. Zhao Hongyu recognized Hattori Chizuru's choice of words. Still, he nodded. I do. Hattori Chizuru curled her lips. HMPH, even I don't believe this story. It must be a trick my damned father used to trick me. Ugh. Zhao Hongyu was taken aback by Hattori Chizuru's words. His silly expression made Tokugawa Keio and Hattori Chizuru burst into laughter. Unconsciously, their relationship grew closer. Meanwhile, Tokuchi Jin, having left Osaka Castle, was hurriedly heading towards Edo with his men, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 645 His Highness and the Girls. Zhao Hongyu, Tokugawa Keio, and Hattori Chizuru chatted well, with neither side harboring much resentment. This pleased the Iga clan and Wang Fuzi. The IGA clan believed that as long as this relationship remained stable, they would have a firm foothold with Zhao Hongyu. As long as they worked hard and demonstrated their value, their status would rise accordingly, at least surpassing that of Iguchi Zazo. Wang Fuzi and his group were pleased that Zhao Hongyu had accepted these IGA clan members, as they knew they could handle the Kogan ninja assassination forces that the shogunate might send. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur knew their own business. While they all possessed some skills, they were still vastly inferior to the Japanese ninja. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur had long worried that the shogunate would send ninjas, and that they would be unable to handle them on their own. With the IGA ninja now in their fold, their burdens and worries were completely lifted. With the IGA ninja's reputation, dealing with the shogunate's ninja wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, with these Tokugawa remnants, His Majesty would have a powerful new force at his side, wouldn't it? This was a truly auspicious opportunity. Therefore, Master Wang and Liu Dabur wholeheartedly approved of the Tokugawa's surrender. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Kikuchi Hideyuki traveled to Osaka Castle and easily rescued Koibuji's wife, perfectly completing the mission Zhao Hongyu had assigned him and giving Zhao Hongyu a glimpse into the capabilities of the ninja. Meanwhile, Koibuji and Iguchi Zazo spent the next 2 days relentlessly training the captured Osaka soldiers, driving them to ecstasy and completely intoxicated by their own pleasures. Koibuji and Iguchi Zazo hardly needed to speak. Every morning after dinner, the captives would automatically come forward one by one and begin recounting their true stories. It was unclear what these people were thinking, but Zhao Hongyu, watching these enthusiastic individuals, even felt that these Osaka captives were no longer just stories, but rather actual events. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu knew what was going on, otherwise, he might have believed them. These Osaka captives must have pondered these matters in their daily lives, but simply didn't dare speak out. But within Zhao Hongyu's camp, they were given a platform to express themselves. Everyone said that they gradually grew accustomed to it. Besides, being able to see the shogun, the emperor's wife, and themselves was a thrilling experience. Therefore, it was only natural that these people would become drawn to it. After all, everyone, to a certain extent, craves excitement, and this is especially true of the Japanese. Otherwise, why would such perverted things constantly occur in their country? So, it seems the Japanese have never been able to resist anything truly exciting. Zhao Hongyu and his companions are simply releasing the repressed nature of the Japanese people in this era. At least, the effect is quite good so far. Zhao Hongyu met Koibuji and found that he was indeed, as Iguchi Zazo had said, an extremely intelligent and quick-witted man. If used properly, he would definitely be a useful tool. Furthermore, Koibuji was a master of flattery, flattering Zhao Hongyu to his heart's content. This, in turn, gave Iguchi Zazo a strong sense of crisis, which Zhao Hongyu was happy to see. Especially after Koibuji's wife was rescued, he completely let go of his burdens and worries and threw himself wholeheartedly into the ranks of Japanese traitors, using endless dirty tricks to torture his former compatriots. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had to take a new look at Koibuji. At the same time, Iguchi Zazo's sister's wife was also brought from the fishing village. This made Iguchi Zazo incredibly grateful. However, it must be said that both Koibuji's wife and Iguchi Zazo's sister's wife left Zhao Hongyu stunned upon meeting them. The two women truly resembled famous actresses from later-day Japanese action films. This made Zhao Hongyu internally grumble, secretly lamenting that the cabbage had been taken away by the pig. Just look at Iguchi Zazo and Koibuji. One looked like a rat spirit, the other like the reincarnation of Zudaiji. Given their status, it was truly remarkable that they could find such beautiful wives. Of course, despite Zhao Hongyu's complaints, he had no interest in either man's wives. After all, he wasn't the kind of lecher who drool over a beautiful woman. During these 2 days, whenever Iguchi Zazo and Koibuji trained the captured Osaka soldiers, they would ostentatiously bring their wives with them, making the Osaka soldiers envious. Iguchi Zazo's wife was a true replica of Aoi, while Koibuji's was a knockoff of Takagi Maria. What caught Zhao Hongyu's attention even more was that Iguchi's wife also had the surname Aoi, Aoi Mimiko, while Koibuji's was Takagi Fukuko. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps. Regardless, Zhao Hongyu was quite critical. During these 2 days, the IGA clan also began fulfilling their duties, protecting Zhao Hongyu from any potential attack from the shogunate. Of course, Zhao Hongyu was completely unaware of their presence, but he simply understood them as protecting him. Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Wakao, on the other hand, followed Zhao Hongyu around like little followers, acting as his retainers and subordinates. Hattori Chizuru still wore her ponytail and samurai garb, but Tokugawa Wakao had changed drastically. Zhao Hongyu had spent a fortune in the virtual world, and in just half a day, he had custom-made a set of black Japanese armor for her, transforming her into a female warrior, satisfying his inner role-playing addict. Of course, Tokugawa Wakao was incredibly fond of the armor Zhao Hongyu had given her. Little did she know, the man she joined harbored a few dirty thoughts. So, as soon as she got the armor, Tokugawa Wakao immediately put it on and started showing it off everywhere. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu didn't go too far, otherwise he would have definitely made her a 3-point armor set and a helmet with the word control embedded in it. Your Highness, our IGA call has been issued. It won't be long before our scattered IGA ninjas gather here. So, Your Highness, be prepared. We seem to be quite numerous. That day, Zhao Hongyu, along with Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Wakao, once again arrived at the Osaka prison. On the way, Hattori Chizuru quietly mentioned this to Zhao Hongyu. A large number? Haha. Zhao Hongyu smiled. How many do you estimate? I'm afraid of everything, but not crowds. Are you worried that I won't have a place to house them? Zhao Hongyu pointed out Hattori Chizuru's concern. Despite Zhao Hongyu's pointed out point, Hattori Chizuru didn't react with any embarrassment. She nodded. Yes, Your Highness. The number of our scattered ninjas is between 200 and 300. If they were to gather here, it would be a significant burden on the camp. Hattori Chizuru raised her hand and scratched the back of her head, looking quite boyish. Our camp is already very crowded. We don't even have many tents. If they come here, how are we going to accommodate them? Tokugawa Wakao followed Zhao Hongyu closely, pretending to be a real military commander, with a very serious face. However, her behavior did not make people feel scared at all. Instead, it made people feel that she was very cute and not intimidating at all. However, Zhao Hongyu did not intend to remind her of this. At least when Zhao Hongyu was chatting. He would immediately feel very good when he looked at Tokugawa Wakao. So let Tokugawa Wakao continue like this. As soon as Hattori Chizuru finished speaking, Tokugawa Wakao glanced at her with a stern face. However, because Zhao Hongyu was present, Tokugawa Wakao could not say anything. She was not as carefree as Hattori Chizuru. Ever since she joined Zhao Hongyu, Tokugawa Wakao has always regarded herself as a samurai, so her words and deeds now began to imitate the samurai style in her impression. What she didn't know was that Zhao Hongyu had given her the position of general, but he was just treating her like a decoration. Was he really going to let her go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? God, she was lucky they didn't kill her. Zhao Hongyu knew very well that Tokugawa Wakao's fighting ability was rubbish, even inferior to that of an ordinary farm girl. So, how could he possibly let Tokugawa Wakao go to the battlefield? At most, she was just a mascot, not even a mascot. But Tokugawa Wakao didn't have such an awareness. She relished being a female general. Don't worry too much about this. Once all the IGA ninjas arrive, I'll naturally have a place for them. After saying this, Zhao Hongyu pointed to the back of the camp and continued to Hattori Chizuru, don't forget my fleet at sea, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go term to read. Chapter 646 I'm starting to like you. Following Zhao Hongyu's finger, Hattori Chizuru glanced. Yes, His Highness has a fleet at sea. If they were settling their troops at the camp, they could probably do so at sea. Thinking of this, Hattori Chizuru raised her hand and slapped her forehead. What a fool. Why didn't I think of that, she said, looking deeply annoyed. Zhao Hongyu actually had quite a fondness for this carefree, boyish girl. Of course, this fondness wasn't just a male-female one, but rather a feeling of comfort after contact, because Hattori Chizuru's personality was so boyish, she spoke without a second thought, essentially saying whatever came to her mind, without even a hint of scheming. Zhao Hongyu felt completely at ease with such a person, never having to worry about hidden meanings or hidden agendas. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu preferred chatting with Hattori Chizuru, as if it were a friend. Zhao Hongyu's approachable demeanor delighted Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Wakao, who secretly lamented having found a fine lord. Even the other members of the IGA Teninshu thought Zhao Hongai was a fine lord, far superior to all the other daimyo in Japan. He was not arrogant, but approachable, mild-tempered, and never lost his temper or lashed out at his subordinates. With a lord like that, what could they possibly be dissatisfied with? Of course, while Zhao Hongai appeared approachable, they also knew he could be ruthless. A few days ago, those seriously injured Osaka soldiers were summarily executed and beheaded. And then, a king's official was erected outside the camp. Clearly, Zhao Hongai was an absolutely perfect person. Little did they know, however, that Zhao Hongai was simply playing games, treating the Japanese as nothing more than NPCs. Zhao Hongai believed that Tokugawa Keio, Hattori Chizuru, and the IGA Tenjinshi were all subordinates drawn to him by his exceptional luck. According to the game's theory, he must treat these people well. If he didn't, wouldn't they simply leave? Furthermore, something unexpected had occurred in Japan, and the ninja had become far more powerful than in normal history. Therefore, Zhao Hongai was concerned that the shogunate would send ninjas to harm him, and the IGA ninjas were his only hope for survival. Therefore, he couldn't be so foolish as to send Tokugawa Keio and the others, who had come to him for their support. Sister Chizuru, your concerns are completely unfounded. His Highness has already made up his mind. We, his subordinates, only need to follow orders. Why should we cause His Majesty any trouble? Tokugawa Keio couldn't help but speak. Hattori Chizuru had been talking to Zhao Hongai about something every day these days, but it was mostly trivial matters that didn't even need to be shared with Zhao Hongai. It would be fine to let Master Wang, Liu Daba, or even those geneticists handle it, but Hattori Chizuru insisted on telling Zhao Hongai and letting him handle it. It's unclear whether Hattori Chizuru did this intentionally, or if she was just trying to find fault with Zhao Hongai. In short, regarding this matter, Tokugawa Keio couldn't help herself. She was worried that if Hattori Chizuru continued like this, the young prince would become impatient. Even if she developed some dislike for Hattori Chizuru, that would be bad. Although the prince had been so polite these days, he was still a young man after all, and no matter how patient he was, there was a limit to his temper. I didn't upset your highness. I'm telling the truth, Hattori Chizuru said nonchalantly, exchanging a glance with Tokugawa Keio. You have to know that Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keio were very good friends. Their relationship was like that of sisters. Although they were nominally superiors and subordinates, they were actually sisters in private. Therefore, when talking to Tokugawa Keio, Hattori Chizuru never took anything into consideration. Tokugawa Keio knew Hattori Chizuru's temperament very well. So when she heard Hattori Chizuru's answer and looked at her nonchalant expression, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She could see that her sister Chizuru didn't understand the meaning of her words at all. In fact, the words that Tokugawa Keio said just now were meant for Hattori Chizuru. The meaning was very simple, that is, to tell Hattori Chizuru not to find His Highness for everything, and to let others solve those trivial matters. Besides, it was not her turn to worry about this matter, anyway. His Highness would solve it in the end, right? Unfortunately, Hattori Chizuru didn't understand the meaning, and with her carefree personality, she didn't care about it at all. This made Tokugawa Keio very helpless. Keio, oh, don't say that, Chizuru. She was just kindly reminding me. It's only right for a subordinate to remind their superiors to pay attention to certain things. Although Hattori Chizuru couldn't understand the meaning behind Tokugawa Keio's words, that didn't mean Zhao Hongai couldn't hear it either. So, Zhao Hongai spoke up at this moment. And you know her personality. After all, you've been good friends for so many years. Do you think she can change in a short time? Zhao Hongai looked at Tokugawa Keio with a half-smile. Ouch! Tokugawa Keio's face flushed instantly. It seemed that the prince had understood the meaning of what he had just said to Chizuru. What should I do now? I wonder if the prince will overthink it. If he takes it the wrong way, it will be terrible. Actually, I didn't mean anything else just now. I just wanted to give Chizuru a little warning. Really? Why did I say anything? Now I'm definitely going to be considered a cunning girl. Tokugawa Keio's mind was full of random thoughts. Zhao Hongai lowered his head as he watched. Tokugawa Keio, who looked like a little ostrich, couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Hattori Chizuru was still so carefree, completely unaware of what was happening. Don't let your imagination run wild. I have no other intentions when I say these things to you. I really don't know what's wrong with you girls. Why do you have such a heavy mind? Zhao Hongyu deliberately teased Tokugawa Ko. Chizuru has a good personality. She is carefree and straightforward. After saying that, Zhao Hongyu stared at Tokugawa Ko, wanting to see her reaction. Zhao Hongyu had something to talk about these days. He was just waiting for the shogunate army to arrive. However, the shogunate army was unlikely to arrive in a short time, so he suddenly became idle. Anyway, he was free, so he might as well tease the two girls to relieve their boredom. For the safety of Emma and Sarah, Zhao Hongyu did not let them go ashore. At this moment, the two of them were still on the battleship. Well, does your highness like girls with this kind of personality? Tokugawa Ko raised her head, tilted her little head and looked at Zhao Hongyu and asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded, then shook his head. Tokugawa Ko didn't know what this meant. Hattori Chizuru also put away her carefree look at this time, and pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the two, but there was nothing on her face. It seemed that she was not interested in the conversation between the two. This kind of self-deception is very irritating and makes people laugh and cry. In fact, if it were a normal girl from a daimyo family, she would never be like this. Those girls are very scheming, not like Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko. They don't know how to hide their thoughts at all. After all, Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko's parents died very early, and they did not receive this kind of systematic learning and education. And they have lived with the IGA-10 since childhood, facing the bloody storm. While the IGA-10 could be made to kill, they were incapable of teaching children such things. Therefore, both Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko maintained a very simple heart, unlike the scheming girls of the Taka family. Note, Taka family in the Japanese era referred to landlords and daimyo who lived better than ordinary people. The term powerful clan also has the same meaning. For Zhao Hongyu, he would rather deal with people like Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Ko than with those scheming girls. This is why Zhao Hongyu is so fond of Emma. Emma is a simple, unpretentious girl with a simple worldview. Good and evil are easy for Emma to distinguish. Those who are always kind to Zhao Hongyu are kind, while those who are against him are evil. She is cute and straightforward, but Zhao Hongyu loves her. Sarah is a little less so. After all, she comes from a French aristocracy. But Sarah was Zhao Hongyu's first woman of this era, and she was very good at dealing with people. So, Zhao Hongyu didn't dislike Sarah, he could accept her. It was just that the same couldn't be said for girls who had been exposed to Eastern culture in the East. Zhao Hongyu didn't want any palace intrigue in his family, the thought of it was a headache. I like simple girls, girls with pure hearts. As for those with scheming minds, I can't say I look at them differently, but I won't interact with them. In response to Tokugawa Ko's question, Zhao Hongyu smiled and spoke his mind. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Tokugawa Ko fell silent. But Hattori Chizuru, standing by, laughed and patted Zhao Hongyu on the shoulder. Not bad. I hate those Gao family girls too. They're also pretentious and fake. I really hate them. I didn't expect you to think the same way as I do. I'm starting to like you a little bit now. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 647, The Smart Fatty, UG. Boy, I kind of like you. Tomboy Hattori Chizuru raised her right hand in a very boyish way and put her arm around Zhao Hongyu's shoulder, and spoke in a brotherly tone that made Zhao Hongyu laugh and cry. However, Hattori Chizuru ignored Zhao Hongyu's awkward and weird look, and continued to talk to herself. Hattori Chizuru looked bitter and vengeful, and said to Zhao Hongyu, in order to avoid the shogunate's pursuit over the years, we had to hide as civilians, so we often came into contact with the daughters of those high-ranking daimyo, but I don't like those girls at all. Although Tokugawa Ko didn't speak at this time, from her expression, it was obvious that she agreed with Hattori Chizuru's words. As for Zhao Hongyu, he also became a little interested. Oh, tell me, what's so different about the daughters of those high-ranking daimyo in Japan? Aren't they girls too? They're not demons with horns on their heads, green faces, and fangs, Zhao Hongyu said deliberately. Hattori Chizuru curled her lips. Of course they're not demons with green faces and fangs, but I really can't stand those girls' wives. Especially the way they speak in a pretentious way. It makes me sick just thinking about it. After hearing Hattori Chizuru's words, Zhao Hongyu finally understood why she said that. It seems she can't stand the behavior of those delicate young ladies, so she said that. But then again, Hattori Chizuru herself hates boyishness. So she naturally admires those who behave naturally. But the women of those high-ranking daimyo families all smear white powder on their faces, dressing themselves up like demon girls. At the same time, none of them spoke like proper people, resorting to pretentiousness to demonstrate their nobility. Zhao Hongyu knew a thing or two about this situation. Far from mentioning the more distant, not only the powerful daimyo, but even the supreme being of Japan, the emperor, spoke in a dishonest manner. He could have spoken properly, but he chose to use that crane voice that made people think he was having a bowel movement. If the emperor was like this, then the officials were even more so. As the saying goes, what goes up follows what goes down, everyone follows suit. Therefore, it was only natural that Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keo were dissatisfied. Of course, this was also because the Tokugawa family had been destroyed, and Tokugawa Keo and Hattori Chizuru hadn't learned these things. If the Tokugawa family hadn't been destroyed, they might have behaved like these girls. Zhao Hongyu even imagined a scenario in his mind. Tokugawa Keo and Hattori Chizuru both slathered their faces with powder, painted their lips a tint of bright red, and sculpted their eyebrows into a dark hue. Ugh! This could kill you. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at a place where the Osaka prisoners were being held. Zhao Hongyu shifted his attention from Hattori Chizuru and immediately spotted Koibuji, who was listening to the Osaka soldier's fantasies with his wife. There was also Iguchi Zazo. Zhao Hongyu's appearance also caught the attention of Koibuji and Iguchi Zazo. Although Koibuji looked fat and stupid, he was not slow at all. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyu, he immediately stood up from the ground and rolled towards him like a rolling ball flush. Of course, rolled was just an adjective. Koibuji actually ran towards them. It was simply because he was so fat that even when he was running, he looked like a rolling ball flush. Your Highness, how did you find the time to come here today? Ever since his wife was rescued yesterday, Koibuji had lost his sullen demeanor. Zhao Hongyu smiled at the portly Koibuji, then glanced at his actress wife, thinking sullenly, I wonder if she'll be able to handle Koibuji pressing down on her tonight. Koibuji is so fat, if he does, it'll be a mountain of flesh. But looking at Koibuji's wife's cuddly demeanor, it's clear that their life together must be very harmonious, otherwise, there wouldn't be so much lust in her eyes. Tisk tisk. I'd always heard people say that fat guys were great at this, but I never knew if it was true. Now, looking at Koibuji, I guess that's not entirely true. Koibuji had no idea that the young man he had so devotedly surrendered to was currently brooding over some obscene matter between him and his wife. So, with a broad smile on his face, he nodded and began to lead Zhao Hongyu, slowly leading them to the captives. I came to see how things were going here. After all, I've handed the captives over to you, so I wanted to see what they were like. I can't just hand them over to you and leave them alone. That wouldn't work, Zhao Hongyu casually replied. What? You don't welcome me here, oh my goodness. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's casual question, Koibuji's large flesh trembled. Honestly, Zhao Hongyu's words were a bit scary. Especially for a slave like Koibuji, they could be quite devastating. Isn't that right? Behind Zhao Hongyu, the black-armored samurai General Tokugawa Keo placed her delicate hand on the hilt of the katana at her waist, then deliberately glared at Koibuji with an angry expression, as if ready to draw the katana and strike at him at Zhao Hongyu's command. In reality, Tokugawa Keo had no intimidating power at all. Her expression was nothing but adorable, not at all intimidating. She was the only one who didn't feel that way, even feeling impressive and pretentious. For Koibuji, Zhao Hongyu now held the power over his life. He wouldn't dare offend anyone. And it wasn't just him now. Even his beloved wife was at the camp, so he couldn't afford to get angry. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu was the crown prince of a nation, and everyone in the camp was his subordinate. He could go wherever he pleased. Koibuji couldn't say anything. Your Highness, your words truly frighten me. Even if you could lend me a few more courage, I wouldn't have the heart to do such a thing, the chubby Koibuji said, a face worse than tears. He bent pitifully over to Zhao Hongyu. Seeing her man suddenly so frightened, Koibuji's actress wife also quickly bent over, bowing and apologizing profusely. Without any underwear, at least 40 centimeters, truly huge. Koibuji's wife, Aoi, bent over, occasionally revealing her breasts, giving Zhao Hongyu a full view. He didn't care if Koibuji would plead for his wife's release. She was truly a beauty. Alright, I was just saying that casually. Don't take it personally. Seeing Koibuji and his wife's constant apologies, Zhao Hongyu felt a little annoyed. It was just a casual remark, but Koibuji's reaction was a bit too much. Zhao Hongyu was a bit overwhelmed. How could Zhao Hongyu possibly understand Koibuji's mentality? After all, their situations and circumstances were completely different. Koibuji was a captive of Zhao Hongyu and his men. Although he had luckily become a slave manager, his status was still essentially a slave, no different from the Osaka captives he had trained. It was just a more pleasant title, a slave lieutenant general, but Koibuji knew his position. If he truly upset the crown prince, he would be in serious trouble. Zhao Hongyu had never expected that a simple remark from him would cause such a strong reaction from this fat man called Koibuji. He was truly amused and embarrassed. Therefore, he had to offer some solace to comfort him. Otherwise, the fat man would probably be unable to cry. Was he really that scary? After finally calming Koibuji down, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but wonder. Haha, this young prince is certainly easy to fool. My clever, fat Yuji isn't just a name. If I can't even handle a young man like this, what's the point of my life? Koibuji continued to lead Zhao Hongyu forward with an expression of fear and trepidation, but inwardly he was grinning. It turned out that his earlier behavior was all an act. Koibuji had taken advantage of the situation because he wanted to appear timid and fearful in Zhao Hongyu's eyes. Only in this way would he appear to Zhao Hongyu as a threat. Although Koibuji had only been in the camp for 2 days, he had cleverly noticed a few things. First, His Highness Zhao Hongyu was a good-tempered man. He didn't have the temperament of those daimyo, nor did he judge people by appearances. At least when Koibuji and Zhao Hongyu met, he didn't see any disgust or resentment in Zhao Hongyu's eyes. After all, Koibuji had endured a lot of cold stares in his life. Because of his size and appearance, he had always been the subject of ridicule. Even the military commanders of Osaka Castle and the daimyo Ishida disliked him. But here, though he was a slave, he felt a sense of belonging he had never felt in Osaka. This made Koibuji feel that working for these foreigners was perfectly acceptable. However, his current status was still that of a slave, so for the sake of himself and his wife, he had to strive to escape this status. But how could he escape this? Koibuji had a clear plan, to make the young prince see his worth. At the same time, he had to convince the young prince that he was no threat, a coward who could be controlled. Only in this way could he quickly shed his slave status and become a man like Iguchi Zaozo. It must be said that Koibuji was a man of great foresight, forbearance, and planning. Another reason Koibuji found Zhao Hongyu so appealing was that Zhao Hongyu didn't show any overt possessive desire when he saw his wife, Aoi-sama. Unlike the generals in Osaka Castle and the daimyo Ishida Gadachi, who acted like perverts when they saw their wives, Zhao Hongyu was completely unaware of Koibuji's subtle motives. Although Zhao Hongyu possessed a powerful cheating device, he couldn't see through people's hearts. Fortunately, Koibuji's ambitions were modest. He simply wanted to escape his current status and position. Your Highness, may I know who these two are? Koibuji now focused his attention on Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keo, asking quietly. This is Tokugawa Keo, the heir to the Tokugawa family. They have now surrendered to me and will be my retainers from now on. Zhao Hongyu introduced Tokugawa Keo to Koibuji, giving him an idea of what was going on. Koibuji hurriedly bowed and saluted, spouting a stream of flattering words. How could the simple Tokugawa Keo have ever seen such things? So, he was immediately flattered by the flattery, and his favorability towards Koibuji soared. For Koibuji, if such a shrewd old man like him can't even fool a little girl like Tokugawa Keo, then he really has been working in vain. This is the head of the Tenninshu, working under Tokugawa Keo. She will help Tokugawa Keo take charge of the future ninja division. Then, Zhao Hongyu introduced the tomboy Hattori Chizuru. Koibuji lowered his head, with a gleam in his eyes. IGA Tenninshu. The ninja are a group of people with special abilities, legendary existences among ninjas, people that even the shogunate finds scary. Unexpectedly, this prince has subdued even these ninjas? Oh, by the way, the IGA ninjas have been serving the Tokugawa family since Hattori Hanzo. Ever since Tokugawa Ieyasu was defeated and the Tokugawa clan was destroyed, the IGA ninja had been following the heir to the Tokugawa clan, evading the shogunate's pursuit. It was only natural that since the girl from the Tokugawa clan had taken refuge with his prince, it was only natural that the IGA ninja would also be under his control. Soon, Kaibuji had a very clear understanding of the situation. Especially regarding the IGA ninja, Kaibuji knew better than Zhao Hongyu. So, he bowed respectfully to Hattori Chizuru and carefully offered flattering words. He wouldn't let Chizuru down just because she was a young girl. She was the head ninja who commanded the 10 people. And Kaibuji now knew very well that with these IGA ninjas joining him, the young prince's strength would have to be reassessed, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote or subscribe on Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read on. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 Edo Castle. Master Takuchi, what brings you back from Osaka? You look exhausted. Is there something urgent you need to see the shogun about? Japan's territory is quite small, and Osaka isn't very far from Edo. So, after 4 days, Takuchi-jin and his lackeys, having left Osaka, arrived in Edo, then a bustling city. As Takuchi entered Edo Castle, he was spotted by the castle guard, who, adept at flattery, approached and greeted him. Unfortunately, the guard's flattery backfired, as Takuchi-jin had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He was terribly anxious, fearing that news from Osaka Castle would reach Edo and reach his son-in-law, potentially negatively impacting him. Takuchi-jin knew full well that his actions were disapproving of many, and if they were exposed, many would be eager to take advantage of his misfortune. By that time, Takuchi-jin knew with his ass that his life would not be easy. Therefore, Takuchi-jin ignored the city gate guard and rode past him at lightning speed with his men on short war horses, leaving only a trail of dust. Pa. The city gate guard, with a mouthful of sand in his mouth, looked at Takuchi-jin and his group going away and put away his hypocritical expression, which gradually became very vicious. Bastard, it's just because your daughter is favored that you are so arrogant. What's so great about that? You are just a small businessman from the countryside. If it weren't for your daughter marrying the general, you, Takuchi-jin, would still be a country boy. The city gate guard spat on the ground in anger and muttered softly. However, the city gate guard also knew that he could only say such words behind his back. He would never say such words to Takuchi-jin in front of him, unless he was crazy or mentally retarded. Although many people didn't like Takuchi-jin, few dared to challenge him. Therefore, most people, aside from offering him compliments, avoided him. To the powerful families, daimyo, and officials, Takuchi-jin was nothing more than a pile of stinking dog shit. A truly disgusting presence. The streets of Edo Castle were perfectly straight, paved with fine gravel, and bustling with pedestrians. Because Edo was the economic and political center of Japan, and its port was also well developed, the city's economy flourished, resulting in a prosperous and vibrant scene. Walking through the streets of Edo, you could see merchants from Ming Dynasty, Europe, and even the occasional Korean merchant. Compared to people elsewhere in Japan, the people of Edo enjoyed a relatively high standard of living and other aspects of life. The streets were lined with Japanese-style wooden buildings, most one-story, with a few two-story. As for three-story buildings, sorry, none existed. Only in the heart of Edo's city center was a building over 8 stories high. Needless to say, it was Tenryu Castle, the residence of the Edo shogun. Due to historical deviations in this time and space, several historical landmarks that were supposed to have existed in Japan are now completely gone, replaced by other structures. The 8-story Tenryu Castle is one of them. After the Battle of Sekigahara, Ishida Mitsunari defeated Tokugawa Ieyasu and captured Edo Castle, which belonged to the Tokugawa clan, and began to develop Edo as the political and economic center. At the same time, to showcase his military prowess, he began building Tenryu Castle. The emergence of Tenryu Castle can be considered a true historical joke, but it is indeed more beautiful and magnificent than the original castle tower. So, it can be considered a product of a strange combination of circumstances. If history had continued normally, Tenai Castle would have become a tourist destination in the 21st century. However, due to historical deviations and the constant fluttering of Zhao Hongai's wings, the future is becoming increasingly uncertain. Regardless, the emergence of Xianyu City instilled a sense of pride in many people living near Edo. Look! We can even build such tall buildings. You know, even the Ming dynasty didn't have such structures. This proves that Japan is now quite powerful. Many Japanese people, however, knew that their belief was completely self-deception. There was only one such building in all of Japan, and what Zhao Hong considered to be a crude, high-rise structure lacked any technological sophistication. Only the Japanese of this era would consider it remarkable. Zhao Hongyu's developments in the Americas were designed with 21st-century American planning in mind, taking into account not only population growth and development but also the cultural environment. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's Song Empire generally did not feature tall buildings. It wasn't because he lacked the ability, but because he simply didn't want to. Besides, what nation in this era could possibly rival Zhao Hongyu's Song? Forget high-rise buildings. If Zhao Hongyu wanted to, he could build a 30-story building, complete with an elevator. While it would undoubtedly be expensive, Zhao Hongyu could definitely pull it off. However, Zhao Hongyu deeply envied the communal living environments of 21st-century Americans, which is why he wouldn't turn his Song Empire into a concrete jungle. He was truly fed up with that kind of living environment. How wonderful it is now. The villas are surrounded by forests, teeming with greenery. Small animals occasionally scurry through the courtyards of each villa. It's a perfect blend with nature. Of course, this was Zhao Hongyu's idea. Only the Song Empire would develop according to this kind of plan. Other nations, if they had the means, would undoubtedly follow their historical development patterns and adopt a model that destroyed the natural environment. However, this didn't concern Zhao Hongyu. If they wanted to develop this way, then so be it. After all, when the resources were depleted, the resources of the Americas would become valuable. However, that would surely happen hundreds of years from now. Zhao Hongyu's plan was simply to leave a legacy for his descendants. Back in Edo Castle, Tokuchi-jin and his men galloped through the streets on their Japanese dwarf war horses, causing pedestrians to scramble to avoid them. For a moment, the once bustling streets became a chaotic mess. Some patrolling foot soldiers noticed what was happening and tried to stop them. But when they saw that it was Tokuchi-jin who was the instigator, the foot soldiers retreated. Oh my god, who among the Edo Castle leaders knew Tokuchi-jin? He had been a tyrant in Edo. Fight! 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 Tokuchi-jin didn't care about the lives of the common people. He hadn't even thought of slowing down his warhorse. The lives of those low-born people were of no concern to Tokuchi-jin. He was now anxious to get to Xianyu Castle to see his daughter, discuss recent events with her, and then meet with the shogun. And then, he had to quickly extricate himself from the Osaka incident. Otherwise, nothing good would be waiting for him. He galloped along, and many pedestrians on the street were injured because they couldn't avoid the danger, but fortunately no one died. Several people looked at the backs of Tokuchi-jin and his group as they retreated, cursing them. But Tokuchi-jin turned a deaf ear to these curses. Soon, Tokuchi-jin arrived at the foot of Xianyu Castle. He dismounted and walked to the gate of Xianyu Castle. Hey! It's Lord Tokuchi, what are you doing? When Tokuchi-jin just dismounted and walked to the gate, a guy wearing a black tall gauze hat and with countless pounds of flour on his face came out and approached him with a big smile on his face. Tokuchi-jin looked up and immediately recognized him. Isn't this Lord Kojima? Tokuchi-jin forced a smile and responded. Because the shogunate is in power now, the shogun will also handle some government affairs. As for that damn emperor, he is just a mascot-like decoration. Therefore, whenever the nobles and ministers of Japan needed to discuss matters, they would come to Xianyu City to consult with the general. Court meetings were also held there. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising to see the officials who had ascended to the immortal platform in Xianyu City. Lord Kojima, I will take my leave now. I have urgent matters to attend to. We'll have a chat again when we have time, Tokuchi said politely to Kojima before entering the gates of Xianyu City. Tokuchi, who was always so rude to others, was actually so polite to this effeminate Kojima. It was truly a stroke of luck. It seemed that Tokuchi was not afraid of anyone in Japan. There was a reason for Tokuchi's courtesy to Kojima. First, Kojima was of noble status and the emperor's favorite. He also held real power and controlled the territory. He had also formed offensive and defensive alliances with several daimyo to guard against certain policies of the shogunate. Even the general turned a blind eye to Kojima, the representative of these people, and would not easily offend him. So how could Tokuchi-jin be so blind as to confront him? It can be said that this Kojima is not someone who can be bullied at will like others. Tokuchi-jin is no fool. Kojima looked at Tokuchi-jin's back as he hurried into Shianayu Castle, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He thought to himself, "Humph, it seems that this guy is here to find his daughter to solve the problem. The situation in Osaka Castle is very serious. Let's see how long you can maintain your dominance." Obviously, the situation in Osaka Castle has spread to Edo. Tokuchi-jin thought it was nothing, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please read. Chapter 649 Lie Lazy. After being defeated by Zhao Hongyu, Osaka Castle's lord, Ishida Gadachi, and his subordinate, Tanaka, returned to Osaka Castle and used carrier pigeons to inform Edo of the events unfolding there. Although Tokuchi-jin soon caught wind of the situation and left Osaka Castle to urgently seek a solution in Edo, no matter how fast he rode, he couldn't outrun a carrier pigeon. Therefore, Tokuchi-jin's wishful thinking of Edo avoiding receiving news from Osaka was utterly impossible. After entering Tinu Castle, Tokuchi-jin didn't immediately meet with Shogun Ishida. Instead, he sought out his daughter's confidant and had her inform his daughter, now the lord of the Oku, before proceeding to meet the shogun. Tokuchi-jin's arrangement was flawless, as he knew that in this situation, only his daughter could save him. If he had rashly approached the shogun, he might have been besieged by the retainers and met a disastrous end. But if he'd first informed his daughter, then had her speak to the shogun, and then met with him under those circumstances, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Back then, when he'd relied on the shogun's support and gotten into trouble, he'd always managed to resolve crises this way. He figured he could get away with it this time, too. Tokuchi-jin mentally encouraged himself. "It's okay, I'll be fine. This isn't a big deal. As long as my daughter intervenes, everything will be resolved. Those foreigners are nothing, they're nothing compared to the shogun. Sir, please follow me." A maid from the shogun's harem approached Tokuchi-jin and quietly led him into the Oku. Logically, the shogun's status was like the emperor of the Ming dynasty. If the emperor wasn't included, the shogun was the emperor of Japan. The emperor's harem, then, was definitely off limits to ordinary people, especially normal men. Someone like Tokuchi-jin couldn't just enter the Oku. But even though his daughter was the head of the harem and extremely favored by the shogun, everyone in the harem had to rely on this powerful woman. As long as no one spoke, no one would know about this matter. And even if they did, what good would it do? The shogun wouldn't believe it if that woman just said something. The person who reported it would be in trouble. Back then, these women fought fiercely for the position of head of the harem. There were many incidents like informing on others, but in the end, no one was harmed. The unfortunate outcome was always the woman who reported. This woman's tactics were truly remarkable. Even though she wasn't the most powerful woman in the harem back then, she was still incredibly powerful. Now that she controlled the harem, her power was surely even greater. Therefore, Tokuchi-jin's entry into the harem was nothing. Even if someone wanted to use this to cause trouble, it would be impossible. The general's harem wasn't very large. Below Shianayu City stood a garden-like complex. Inside, winding paths led to secluded areas and lush greenery. There were small bridges and flowing water modeled after those of daimyo, as well as Japanese bonsai flowers. Although not as impressive as the palaces of China, they possessed a unique charm. However, Japanese architecture had a characteristic: numerous sliding doors. Without guidance, one could easily get lost. The maid led Tokuchi-jin to a secluded courtyard, where the two of them waited quietly. Soon, a woman with long hair and a very Japanese-style dress and makeup arrived, accompanied by several maids. Upon her arrival, the woman waved. The maids then withdrew, leaving only Tokuchi-jin and herself in the courtyard. A small pine bonsai tree was planted in the courtyard, and 4 stone sculptures stood in the 4 corners. "Father, you don't have to tell me. I know why you came to see me this time. Is it about something in Osaka?" Before Tokuchi-jin could say anything, the woman, who looked incredibly seductive even with a face covered in flour, pointed out the reason for his visit. It turned out that this woman was Tokuchi-jin's daughter. What? Edo already knows what happened in Osaka Castle, Hearing his daughter's words, Takuchi lost his composure. He even seemed a little flustered for a moment. Takuchi's daughter, Takuchi Reiko, glanced at her father and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a hopeless case, but no matter what, he was still her father, and she and her father were still, so she had to help. After sighing inwardly, Lazy said, "What happened in Osaka Castle has already reached Edo. This happened 2 days ago, and they used carrier pigeons to deliver the news, so there's nothing we can do about it." Takuchi-jin suddenly slumped like a deflated child, his shoulders slumped as he knelt, his aura suddenly darkening. How could this be? Ishida Gotochi actually used carrier pigeons. Now the shogun knows about this. Doesn't that mean I have no escape route? Besides panic and trepidation, Takuchi-jin was left with only uncertainty and apprehension about what the future might hold. Lazy's assessment of her father was spot on, a hopeless case. It's fine to let Takuchi-jin bully others, but asking him to take responsibility would be a shame. A man like him could be a small landowner or businessman in the countryside, perhaps guaranteeing a life of peace. But who knew he had so little ability but so much ambition? After some maneuvering and a fluke, he became the shogun's father-in-law. It could be said that while this situation had its benefits, it also had its drawbacks. It's a shame that Takuchi-jin didn't know how to restrain himself, instead exploiting his power and bullying others. His future fate is unlikely to be good. But what else could be done? He couldn't just ignore his father. This is why Lazy always had to deal with Takuchi-jin's problems. What should I do now? Has the general leaked any information about what to do with me? After a long pause, Takuchi-jin finally found the strength to ask. Lazy stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. She knelt down, reached into the small fish pond in the center, scooped up a handful of water, and washed her face. The 3 pounds of flour on her face was completely washed away, revealing her beautiful face. If Zhao Hongai were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Fuck, Maria Ozawa." Yes, Takuchi-jin's daughter, Lele, looked remarkably like a certain actress from a later time and space, Maria Ozawa. One could even say she was 90% like her, which was quite remarkable. Wiping the water off her face with her wide sleeve, Lele walked over to sit beside Takuchi and said, "The news from Osaka Castle says those foreigners bombarded the Osaka commercial town. Was it because you, father, wanted to collect money from them?" Takuchi-jin nodded. It was indeed his doing. There was nothing he couldn't admit to his daughter, and he still needed her help in resolving this crisis. Seeing her father admit it, Lele's eyes rolled. "Actually, this is easy to resolve. Father, if you insist that the money you collected was birthing fees, then there's no problem. But you absolutely cannot claim to be charging extra fees on top of the birthing fees." Lele's intellect was sharp, and she immediately came up with a solution. As a magistrate of the Osaka commercial town, Takuchi-jin had administrative authority over the port. Ships traveling to and from Osaka were required to pay birthing fees to dock at the port, a matter of course, and no one could argue with it. However, it was completely unreasonable for those foreigners to bombard the Osaka commercial district just because they had to pay normal fees. So, as long as Takuchi-jin insisted on this point, he would be completely unscathed. Lazy knew her father's character well. She knew that the other party must have provoked this incident because her father demanded a bribe and used harsh words. But what could be done? The money hadn't been collected, and there was no evidence. As long as her father insisted on this point, no one could do anything about it. Even if Osaka Castle claimed otherwise, they wouldn't be able to prove that this incident was caused by her father's bribery. Then, they could claim they were accusing him of frame-up. Takuchi-jin's eyes lit up when he heard Lazy's words. Yet, why didn't I think of that? I'm such a fool. Takuchi-jin quickly came to his senses. Actually, the solution to this problem is very simple. All he has to do is say that those foreigners don't want to pay the normal port entry and birthing fees. But Takuchi-jin is a complete idiot. He didn't even think of such a simple solution. He had to have his daughter remind him before he realized it. You have to say that Takuchi is really stupid. My daughter, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of this solution? If I say that, then I will be fine. Then the fault will all be on those foreigners, and I will have nothing to do with it at all. Takuchi-jin was so excited that he started dancing with joy. Lazy looked at her father dancing with joy and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could I have such a father? If it weren't for me, I think my father would have been killed countless times. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to to read. Chapter 650 Takuchi Jin and Lie Lazy. After meeting his daughter and hearing from her how to extricate himself from this situation, Takuchi Jin suddenly became elated, no longer looking dejected. Lie Lazy, standing nearby, could only sigh inwardly at the sight of her father's sudden excitement. She worried heartbrokenly about her father, but he never improved, always causing trouble. This time, because of him, he had caused an even greater mess. If this wasn't handled properly, his father and his family would be doomed. While she had come up with a solution that had a good chance of extricating her father from this situation, what if it didn't work? With this in mind, Lie Lazy said, "Father, don't be so excited. I've only proposed a solution, but whether it will work is still uncertain. You should be prepared for the possibility that it doesn't work." Lie Lazy's words stunned Takuchi Jin. He slowly lowered his arms, calming down from his excitement. Yes, what his daughter said was right. He shouldn't get too excited. His daughter had only come up with a solution, but whether it would actually work was still unknown. What if it really didn't work as his daughter worried? Hiss. That wasn't impossible. However, Takuchi Jin thought about it carefully again and felt that this shouldn't happen. After all, according to his daughter's solution, as long as he said that, no one else would be able to do anything. Although those foreigners knew what was going on, the shogun's own son-in-law couldn't go to those foreigners to verify it. It was unrealistic to think about it. Therefore, he must be able to pick it out and let those foreigners take the blame. As for the defeat in Osaka Castle, it had nothing to do with him. That was Yoshida Godachi's business, not his order to go. So it couldn't be his fault. As long as he insisted that it was a gift from those foreigners. He didn't want to pay the normal docking fee, then nothing can be blamed on him. Well, that's it. That shouldn't happen. As long as I firmly establish that it was the foreigners who didn't want to pay, what else can anyone say? After all, they can't go to them and ask about this, so they'll definitely be blamed. Takuchi Jin whispered to his daughter, Lie Lazy. Father, that's what I say, but please be prepared. Everyone knows your character, because you've done things so outrageously in the past. So even if we use this as an excuse, many people won't believe it. Lie Lazy expressed her concerns, and they were very real. Yes, everyone knew what kind of person Takuchi Jin was. He was a man who couldn't get enough of anything and was incompetent at everything. He was extremely greedy and obsessed with money. It was obvious that it was money that angered the foreigners and led to the bombardment of Osaka commercial town. Takuchi Jin, relying on his father-in-law's status as the shogun, had bullied many foreigners. Therefore, he had made a lot of money. It was just bad luck that he'd encountered a tough opponent this time. So, while the solution and interface Lie Lazy had devised for him made sense logically, it still needed to be believed. With Takuchi Jin, a well-known figure, it was clear no one would believe it. Seeing his daughter Lie Lazy's worried expression, Takuchi Jin paused. Daughter, don't overthink things. You don't have to worry about other people's opinions. What's so important about them? Takuchi Jin was shrewd for once, seeing the situation more clearly. It wasn't clear if this was a flash of insight. For me, as long as the shogun believes it, that's all that matters. So, do you think we should care about the opinions of those retainers and family elders? Lie Lazy's charming eyes widened at this, gazing at her wretched father. It was truly unexpected that her own father could be so shrewd. It was truly astonishing. You know, in Lie Lazy's mind, Takuchi Jin has always been a man of all evil and unreliable, and his vision is even less commendable. But what he said just now has made Lie Lazy take notice. Indeed, what Takuchi Jin said is absolutely correct. While everyone knows Takuchi Jin's character very well and may not believe what he said, what does it matter? Takuchi Jin doesn't rely on those people for his comfort, so he doesn't need to care about their opinions. For Takuchi Jin, as long as his daughter can find an excuse that the shogun can believe, that's enough. As for the others, just treat them as invisible people. Why bother to care about their thoughts and opinions? As long as he can convince the shogun, everything will be easy. When the shogun's army is dispatched to defeat the foreigners, the truth will be forever unknown. And he, Takuchi Jin, will be able to return to his former life. Father, I didn't expect you to share that view. It's truly unexpected. Lie Lazy's compliment was genuine this time. Takuchi Jin chuckled and said, Actually, I'm actually quite clever, I'm just too lazy to use it. Oh wow. Takuchi Jin had no idea what hypocrisy was. Just when his daughter, Lie Lazy, had praised him, The guy had trembled. With someone like that, you really don't know what to say. Lei Lazy was thinking that way, but Takuchi Jin was his father after all, so what could she, as his daughter, do? Well, my daughter, now I've finally gotten over a worry. I feel much better. Just spend the evening with the general. Tomorrow I'll go to the general and tell him about it, and I think everything will be over. Takuchi Jin, relieved of a worry, felt a sense of relief. Lei Lazy nodded gently, knowing her father was right. Now that she had an excuse, she couldn't immediately see the general. She had to first give him some advice before her father could see him. Okay, father, I'll have the general come to my place tonight. Don't worry. I'll let you see him once everything is settled. Lei Lazy nodded and said to Takuchi Jin. Takuchi Jin was in a good mood. He stood up and looked around. Seeing that the personal maids were outside watching, and that they were alone, a lewd and lascivious smile crossed his face, and he approached Lei Lazy. At this time and place, the expression on Takuchi Jin's face was strange. The lewdness intensified as he approached Lei Lazy. Takuchi Jin raised his arm and put his arm around Lei Lazy's shoulders. His other hand then slipped inside her kimono and began to move. Oh my! If anyone had seen this, they would have been shocked. Because the person Takuchi Jin was groping was his daughter. But even more shocking was that Lei Lazy didn't even bother to stop her father's advances. Not only did she not stop him, but she even blushed an unnatural shade of red as she allowed her father to tease her so seductively. It was truly bizarre that such a thing could happen between a father and his daughter. It was truly astonishing. Heavy breathing, faint moans, and the slapping sound of flesh against flesh echoed throughout the small courtyard. If word of this scene got out, who knows what kind of furor it would cause. It was unknown how bold Takuchi Jin and Lei Lazy were to dare to do such a thing. However, if Zhao Hongyu knew about this, he certainly wouldn't be so surprised. Coming from another time and era, Zhao Hongyu was well aware of the perverted nature of the Japanese. Therefore, this incident wouldn't shock him at all. The perverted and depraved Japanese were known for their perverted and depraved behavior, so it wasn't surprising that they would commit even more perverted and depraved acts. Therefore, the affair between Takuchi Jin and his daughter Lei Leiko was perfectly normal for the Japanese. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had Iguchi Zazen on his side. Did Iguchi Zazen have a sister wife? After all, she was actually Iguchi Zazen's biological sister. This shows that the perverted and depraved nature of the Japanese has existed since their ancestors. Therefore, it's not surprising that it has been passed down and furthered centuries later. Furthermore, with the development of the internet, Zhao Hongyu had access to far more information than people today. Therefore, even if Zhao Hongyu learned of the affair between Takuchi Jin and his daughter Lei Leiko, he wouldn't have been too shocked. At most, he would have simply despised the perverted nature of the Japanese. In this small courtyard, two white, fleshy creatures writhed and tangled. The once tranquil courtyard suddenly became filled with a scent of lust. Perhaps it was because this unethical act was so thrilling, but Takuchi Jin and Lei Leiko knew it was wrong, yet they were completely captivated. The more they thought about what would happen if others found out, the more they clung to each other like moths to a flame. I wonder what the expression would be like if the cuckolded Shogun Hiroshi Ishida found out. Especially since the cuckold was placed on him by his father-in-law. It took an unknown amount of time before Takuchi Jin and Lei Leiko finally called it quits. The two lay together, sweating profusely. Takuchi Jin panted and stared at the sky for a long moment. He suddenly stood up and turned to Lei Lazy, saying, "It's over. Will those women out there find out what we just did?" Seeing her father's panicked and terrified expression, Lei Lazy couldn't help but laugh. "Why, you're only thinking about this now. Why didn't you think about it then?" Lei Lazy's words immediately silenced Takuchi Jin. "Don't worry, those maids are all utterly loyal to me. I have significant leverage over them, and their families' lives are under my control. So, father, don't worry," Lei Lazy said as she sat up and draped the uncovered kimono over herself, covering the radiant white flesh. Phew. Hearing his daughter's words, Takuchi Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief, instantly relaxing. Takuchi Jin was a simple man. He always acted impulsively, never considering the circumstances at the time. But he only recalled these things later. It must be said that the fact that Takuchi Jin has survived until now without being killed is largely thanks to his daughter. Relaxed, Takuchi Jin smirked and smirked as he scowled at Lei Lazy again. He hugged her with a lecherous look and said, "My daughter is so thoughtful. I always think of you back in Osaka. Those other women can't compare to you. Only you can bring me happiness. But ever since you married Hishida, we've been apart much less, shamelessly. Takuchi-jin didn't even feel that what was going on between him and Lei Lazy was wrong. Instead, he lamented. It was clear that Takuchi-jin was the epitome of perversion and vulgarity among the Japanese. Do you regret it? Leileko glanced at her father with her beautiful, lustful eyes, then snorted, even if you regret it, it's too late. Who told you to give me to the shogun, Ishida Hiroshi? So, there's no regret medicine in this world. Just accept your fate. From Leileko's words, it was clear that a relationship with Takuchi-jin, which violated normal human ethics, had already existed before she became the shogun's wife. Japan was truly a place where such perversions abounded. Yet, even if I regret it now, it's useless. Who made me blinded by greed and insisted on giving you to the shogun, Ishida Hiroshi? Takuchi-jin pretended to be deeply regretful, sighing and acting to Leileko. Leileko was no fool. She knew her father's character, so she didn't take it seriously. Still, she put on a girlish, delicate demeanor, raising her hand and poking Takuchi-jin's forehead with a white finger. Look at you, you're such a jerk. If you didn't know better, you'd think Leileko and Takuchi-jin were a pair of older and younger lovers, flirting. But if you knew their true relationship, you'd be horrified. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.